Chapter 131, Long High City Reaction. Chapter 131, Long High City Reaction. What? Yu Zhongji's group took over a camp's worth of equipment? Is this true? Lei Cheng's face was ashen as he looked at Kong Tao inside of Long High City Survivor Base. Kong Tao said, absolutely true. Fuck. Lei Cheng dropped his voice and scolded. His complexion became unsteady. Lei Cheng had only captured an infantry military base. Those 10 IFVs were only left in the camp there for a special reason. Lei Cheng used up a large amount of ammunition after capturing Qingyuan County. Even though Qinyuan County had an armory and a police station, it wasn't enough to make up for the large amount of ammunition lost in its capture. Lei Cheng originally planned to take troops and extinguish Yu Zhong if he refused. At this time, he heard Yu Zhong captured a military camp and obtained a battalion's worth of equipment, and his idea immediately began to waver. Although he still believed he could take out a bandit like Yu Zhong, but there was a complicated power structure in Qingyuan County. He didn't want to risk the troops loyal to him in a rash action. Long Tao said, Chief Lei Cheng, I still need to go to Mayor Chen and report. I will be leaving. Long Tao is one of Lei Cheng's people in the government. After his age, following the break in commands from the central government, the military leader Lei Cheng began to concoct schemes. He started to permeate his influence into the government. Several government officials were loyal to Lei Cheng. After all, guns exhibit power. Lei Cheng had a battalion of soldiers in his command and a battalion's worth of equipment. He is the greatest military power in Qingyuan County. Qingyuan County also had other large and small power groups, but there was not a group that had the power to contend with Lei Cheng. But if all of the power groups in Qingyuan County combined, then Lei Cheng couldn't oppose them. Several of the troops in his battalion were only ordinary people. He could only trust in the core group that made up 2 platoons of professional soldiers. Lei Cheng plainly said, Go. Kong Tao left. Lei Cheng turned to his think tank member Fong Wen and asked, How do you see it? Fong Wen laughed. Give this matter over to Chen Jianfeng and let him have a headache. Lei Cheng said with wrinkled brows, How do we respond if he makes us go circle and destroy Yu Zhong? Cleaning out rebels is a fundamental responsibility of our military. Fong Wen smiled and said, Our unit still hasn't finished training. We still need a minimum of 2 months to finish training. Furthermore, we need a large amount of goods and materials to train. It will be a good time to make Chen Jianfeng give our military more supplies. Apart from the government and the military working together to capture Qingyuan County, following a long period without any word from the central government, Lei Cheng gave birth to scheming. But the government seized a large amount of goods and materials during this time. Although the military had their own small warehouse, that didn't have as much as the government. The government was in charge of the armed police and the regular police force, these 2 martial powers. They also had a large amount of supplies. Relying on their power and supplies, the government could somewhat check and balance the military. Lei Cheng relaxed his brow and revealed a smile. Yes. Dash. In a lavishly decorated grand government building in Qingyuan County, a delicate-appearing middle-aged man with the aura of a scholar looked at Kong Tao with wrinkled brows. He asked in a deep voice, What? He refused our conditions? Correct. Kong Tao hesitated a moment, then grit his teeth and said, Yu Zhong is without order. There is not the slightest bit of the Communist Party or government over there. It is said he publicly killed government officials. The Central Party leadership's son also died at his hands. Impossible. He isn't like that. At this time, an unordinarily beautiful woman full of youth, standing beside Chen Jianfeng, couldn't help but speak out. Kong Tao pointed at Xue Yu and Gaoing beside him, then said to Chen Jianfeng, Miss Chen Yao, this is what I personally saw and heard. Furthermore, this time 2 other people who came back with me are these 2. Xue Yu revealed an elegant and graceful smile to Chen Jianfeng. Hello, Uncle Chen. We haven't seen each other in a long time, have we? Chen Jianfeng carefully looked at Xue Yu a moment. His face changed, saying, You are Xiao Lao's granddaughter, Xue Yu. Xiao Lao was one of China's earliest revolutionaries. The Xia family has enormous influence in China. Chen Jianfeng once paid respect to Xia Lao in the past during New Year's. Xia Yu would be like a princess if it were before ZH. Because of this, Xia Yu let out a captivating smile that was bright and extraordinary. Many thanks for still remembering me, uncle. Chen Yao couldn't help but interfere and ask, did Yu Zhong truly publicly murdered government officials? You are. Xia Yu carefully sized up Chen Yao for a moment. Due to her arrogance, she didn't acknowledge the extremely remarkable beauty standing before her that could rival herself. Furthermore, standing beside Chen Yao, there was a beautiful, valiant-looking, and handsome woman with shoulder-length black hair, snow-white skin, delicate features, and a pair of sharp eyes. This is my niece Chen Yao. This is Ji Qingwu. Chen Jianfeng gave Xia Yu an introduction. Chen Yao and Ji Qingwu are both extreme evolvers with level 3 skills. In addition, Ji Qingwu already broke through level 10. There are only a few evolvers within Longhai City Survivor Base whose mastery of skills have become this strong. Xia Yu smiled at Chen Yao and directly said, Chen Yao, Yu Zhong really killed a government official. He also killed the central government Minister Ma's son. Chen Yao's face turned white hearing these words. ZH hadn't even been around for a year, and the large majority of people still believed in the government. Yu Zhong killing a government official is a large crime, and killing a central government minister's son is an unpardonable offense. Xia Yu continued, correct. Yu Zhong brought people to capture Stone Horse Village and a military base. At present, he should have enough equipment to outfit a battalion. Chen Jianfeng's brows began to wrinkle after hearing Yu Zhong captured Stone Horse Village and a military camp. Like that, Yu Zhong's combat ability changed into something that couldn't be ignored. He originally planned to use scare tactics to immediately break apart Yu Zhong's power. After all, the large majority of the military recruits in Longhai City are a newly enlisted mob, and they hadn't gone through standard military training. Chen Jianfeng pondered a moment. Then he commanded to Kong Tao, Kong Tao, take Miss Xia Yu and her bodyguard away. Help her with a specially appointed observer status, and arrange for her to live in the specialty region. Original order turned to chaos after ZH. Xia Yu was one of the highest grade princesses of the Communist Party before ZH. Chen Jianfeng wanted to deliberately treat her well. Chen Jianfeng arranged for Xia Yu to enter the specialty region to pay respects to his previous relationships, and the other part was to have good karma. After all, the influence of the Xia family wasn't small. Who knows what could come of it in the future? Chapter 132. Chen Jianfeng. Chapter 132. Chen Jianfeng. Chen Jianfeng immediately massaged his temples in pain after Xia Yu left. The situation in Longhai City Survivor Base was extremely complicated. A large amount of government officials turned into zombies after ZH. Li Jianfeng had just gained a steady foothold after establishing the Survivor Base in Qingyuan County when government official after official came out of the woodwork to try and receive the benefits of victory. ZH hadn't been around for a while, and Li Jianfeng could only bite the bullet and accept those officials. After all, they were all government-appointed officials. Those officials couldn't fight zombies. Gangs and intrigue began to come into play. The Longhai City government became extremely fragmented, shaping into small groups. In addition to the government, the largest power, the military, wasn't as clean and honest as it was right before ZH started. Acting as the chief, Lei Sheng expelled dissidents while expanding his forces. Chen Jianfeng already practically had no authority over the military. There were all kinds of large and small spheres of power among the common folk, and they fought among themselves for goods. There would still be repeated incidents even if they gathered up and severely punished the rapists, murderers, thieves, robbers, and such. Apart from this, a gathering of people is an enormous problem. That is the food problem. They had already increased to over 5,000 survivors, and the amount of diluted gruel and goods they consumed was extremely enormous. The soldiers in government works must be guaranteed enough food to eat, and the foodstuffs were freely provided in the specialty region. Under these conditions, the food stores in Longhai City could only last the next 4 months at most. This is only if the population doesn't increase. One should know, every day, 10 or tens of people would rush over from the nearby villages and join Longhai City Survivor Base. Right before ZH started, ordinary people believed in the government more than they believed in themselves. And now, a power hostile to the Longhai City Survivor Base appeared nearby, Qingyuan County, and that made Chen Jianfeng have an even greater headache. Chen Jianfeng isn't that type of honest and clean, spotless government official, but he is yet a government official who wishes to do the honest thing if he has the ability. The whole of Longhai City government is managed and supported through him. He not only had to preside over the government, but he also had to balance out the interests of each side. The enormous pressure made his hair start to turn gray early. Chen Yao looked at the exhausted Chen Jianfeng. She couldn't help but ask, "Second uncle, let me go have a talk with you, Zhang. He isn't bad. He escorted me here. Ji Qingwu, and I wouldn't be able to meet you if it wasn't for him." Yao Yao, people can change. Perhaps he was a good person before. Perhaps he was truly a person who had a heart to join in with the government, like you say. But now I'm afraid he already doesn't have those intentions. Chen Jianfeng frowned and slowly spoke. Chen Jianfeng already knew about Yu Zhong from the mouth of Chen Yao. He had worked in the government for many years and had an extreme understanding towards people. He conjectured that Yu Zhong really did have a heart to join the Longhai City Survivor Base, since he hastily arrived to the base after capturing Always Bright Village. But after Yu Zhong captured Stone Horse Village, he guessed Yu Zhong already abolished any notion of returning to Longhai City Survivor Base. I still want to go persuade him. Second uncle, let me go persuade him. If he can join our base, then he certainly will become a good helper. Chen Yao resolutely spoke. She also didn't want to see Yu Zhong and her second uncle become enemies. Chen Jianfeng stared at Chen Yao for a moment. His brow relaxed, and he teased, "Looks like my family's Yao Yao is already at that age of love." Chen Yao's face reddened, and she became distraught. She couldn't help but yell out and justify. "Second uncle, what are you saying? I don't like Yu Zhong. He has a cold nature, and he is boring. He isn't the slightest bit of a gentleman. How could I like him? I don't like him in the slightest. Moreover, he already has a 15-year-old girlfriend. How could I possibly like that Lilican? Looks like she really likes Yu Zhong." Chen Jianfeng looked at the flustered Chen Yao. His brows wrinkled, and he lightly tapped his 10 fingers on the desk. He originally only wanted to make a joke, but he never thought he would expose his niece's feelings. Chen Jianfeng highly valued a good match. He absolutely would put a stop to an ordinary college student like Yu Zhong marrying Chen Yao before ZH. But right now Yu Zhong had already become a tyrannically strong evolver. He also had an armed force that exceeded 100 men. To become this level of politician, one needs to attach importance to their partners. Chen Jianfeng thought for a moment, then hesitantly said to Chen Yao, "Fine, you and Ji Qingwu go together to persuade him. If he wished to come over and join our base, then I will let him and his people establish the 4th Special Police Brigade, and he will be the captain for that 4th unit." After knowing Yu Zhong's attitude and his power, Chen Jianfeng completely abandoned the idea of completely removing Yu Zhong's munitions. He will use his official government seal to recruit Yu Zhong under his banner. The Special Police Squadron is the martial force still under direct control of Chen Jianfeng. The treatment they received was the best. Every ordinary person in the base was envious of them. It doesn't need to be said that the captain of the Special Police Squadrons were objects that would draw attention from everyone. Chen Yao's eyes lit up. "Deal." Chen Jianfeng slightly laughed. "Deal. Ji Qingwu and I will go back to prepare." Chen Yao pulled Ji Qingwu towards the exit of the office and stopped to speak. Then they left the office. Chen Yao lived in the floor residence of a garden plot in the specialty region. As soon as Chen Yao returned home, Kaishan greeted her. "Chen Yao, you returned. Quick, eat some food." Chen Yao and Ji Qingwu entered into the house. There were 5 women in the house: Kaishan, Zhang Li, Lin Qi, Wang Fong, and Chen Qing. There was a large bowl of diluted gruel, 7 steamed buns, and 7 small pieces of lunch, meat all neatly arranged. This was their lunch. Among the 7, only Chen Yao and Jingqiao had the specialty status to be able to obtain the government-provided food. The rest of the 5 women didn't have official work. They could only stay in the house and rely on Chen Yao and Jingqiao's help to survive. Things became a little tight after the excess supplies given to 2 people by the government were spread out among 7. Of course, with the relationships that Chen Yao has with Chen Jianfeng, she only needs to open her mouth to be provided with more. But Chen Yao didn't do that because she doesn't have a princess complex. Furthermore, their current supplies far exceeded those provided to ordinary people. Chapter 133, Yao Yao. Chapter 133, Yao Yao. Chen Yao took a large bite from a steamed bun after sitting down and asked, "Zhang Li, how is the job hunt going?" Chen Yao didn't even look at food like big white steamed buns before his age. But she had already changed a lot after his age. This big white steamed bun and slice of lunch meat already made this former little princess extremely satisfied. Hesitating a moment, Zhang Li slowly said, "I haven't found suitable work." Zhang Li and the rest were only ordinary college freshmen. They hadn't graduated, and they didn't have any work experience. There was a lot of highly educated elite talent among the outside survivors. Right now, in order to be a street sweeper in the specialty region, if one didn't have connections, at least a master's degree was required. Of course, for Zhang Li and the other beautiful women, it would be very easy if they wanted to enter into a special kind of industry. But Zhang Li and the others still hadn't entered into a state of destitute. Naturally, they didn't consider joining that special type of profession to make money. Kaishan drank a bit of watered-down gruel, hesitated a moment, and then said, "Yesterday I went out and saw Sister Zhao. She begged to borrow a half kg of rice from us. Can we lend it to her?" Chen Yao? Chen Yao silently hesitated a moment and said, "Raising a child isn't easy. Next time you meet her, bring her over and give her a quarter kg of rice." Chen Yao felt the difficulties of managing expenses after taking over the household affairs. Just feeding the 7 of them required a lot of food every day. Adding on their compassionate hearts, they often helped the other women who came together with them to Longhai City survivor base. The days became tight. Finished eating a steamed bun, Chen Yao hesitated a moment and said, "I'm preparing to go see Yu Zhong. Who wants to come with me?" "I want to go. I also want to go." The girls' eyes brightened, and they responded one by one. Here they were like rice worms mixed in with food, waiting to die. They didn't dare go anywhere outside of the specialty region. Zhang Li and the other also didn't dare casually move about in the specialty region. The law and order in the specialty region wasn't bad, but they didn't have any effect on the sons and daughters of higher-ranking officials. They once saw a pretty housekeeper that didn't have any kind of background walking alone along the street. She was dragged into a luxuriously decorated building by several young men. Several police circled the building after receiving the report. After one entered into the building, he emerged humiliated, then the unit was forced to leave. Before ZH, given that there is control over information on the networks, there were several people who dared openly rape their lower subordinate office workers. Privileged sons and daughters killed people and walk away. Don't even mention the collapsed order after ZH, a time when morals perished. The law is severe and cruel inside of the Longhai City survivor base, but it is only directed at the common people. There isn't any restrictive power on the sons and daughters of high-ranking officials. Seeing that sight, Zhang Li and the rest were afraid to go out and work. They completely lost their trust in the base, and they didn't dare become nannies. They only knew how lucky they were at Yu Zhong's side after they departed. It is very difficult for a woman without any power to continue surviving in this cruel world. Chen Yao looked a little complex at the 5 other women and said, "Then we will go together." Early morning at the Stone Horse Village shooting range, Yu Zhong held a Type 03 rifle and took 10 shots at a target over 100 meters away. The target had 8 holes in the bullseye after the 10 shots. The other 2 bullets were placed in the outside 9th, and 8th ring. A delicate thin Lolita with short black hair stood beside Yu Zhong. It was the little Lolita that Yu Zhong found outside of Stone Horse Village, Yao Yao. Yao Yao watched Yu Zhong fire off successive shots, and those pair of bright black eyes attentively stared at the rifle in Yu Zhong's hands. Seeing Yu Zhong set down the Type 03 rifle, Yao Yao ran over to his side. She extended both hands and used a cute little Lolita voice to say to Yu Zhong, "Let me play." Yu Zhong looked at Yao Yao, the little Lolita who had just turned 10 years old. He handed her the Type 03 rifle. "Be careful of the recoil." Yao Yao is only a 10-year-old Lolita, but after she evolved, her body characteristics completely increased. Her power and strength had reached level 8. It was comparable to a grown man. Handling a Type 03 rifle wasn't a problem. Yao Yao held and admired for a moment after receiving the Type 03 rifle. She finally aimed at the target over 100 meters away. A Lolita, only 1 meter and 36 centimeters tall, carrying a 10 centimeter tall rifle, gave people a strange, uncomfortable feeling. Yao Yao pulled the trigger, a gunshot sounded, the bullet flew out completely off target. Yao Yao bit her lip. She repeatedly pulled the trigger, emptying the entire clip. In the end, the target over 100 meters away had several bullet holes. Bullets! Yao Yao's eyes flashed a trace of excitement after completely emptying the clip. She extended out a little hand and asked for more bullets. Yu Zhong snatched the Type 03 automatic rifle out of Yao Yao's hands and said, "Good. Today we stop here. Now, quick, go to class." Children are mankind's future. Yu Zhong hired 10 teachers to start instruct the children of the survivors on various topics after taking over Stone Horse Village. In the wake of ample supplies, the food served to the children at the cafeteria was improved. They didn't eat gruel, but actual meals. Yao Yao frowned. Class is boring. Moreover, studying those things doesn't have the least bit of use. Children often use guns on the battlefield in regions of constant disorder before Z age. The temperaments of several children became wild after Z age. They didn't want to study even more than before. They were more interested in picking wild vegetables and catching fish to provide food for the family than studying. It would have been difficult for the schools to attract children if he didn't enact the rule of children won't be provided food if they don't come to school. Yu Zhong looked at Yao Yao and said, "Go or don't go. Don't go and I'll spank you." Yao Yao retreated several steps, her hands clutching her little bottom. She resisted and glared at Yu Zhong. Finally, she gave up under Yu Zhong's abuse of authority and ran away like a wisp of smoke. She once didn't listen to Yu Zhong's words, and she was grabbed up by him and given a good spanking. This finally made her well-behaved. Looking like an innocent and cute little woman, Chen Miao walked over wearing a white blouse, a pale yellow skirt, white cotton socks, and little boots, and she gave Yu Zhong a towel. Yu Zhong grabbed the towel, wiped the sweat off his body, and asked, "How are you? Used to living here?" Not long ago, Yu Zhong had just conducted a 150 kilograms weighted run individual exercise. He then started target practice after finishing the run. He continuously trained his body every day. Chapter 134, Military Training. Chapter 134, Military Training. Chen Miao spoke her inner feelings. "It is very good here. Much better than Chen Family Village." The adult males from Chen Family Village all entered into Yu Zhong's ranks after arriving at Stone Horse Village. They become soldiers under Yu Zhong's banner. The Chen family villagers not only were hunters, but they also had experience fighting with zombies using cold weapons. Yu Zhong rather looked forward to their performance. The males from Chen family village could eat their fill of rice, as well as some fish and vegetables after they entered into Yu Zhong's ranks. They were extremely satisfied compared to being nested up in Chen family village, where they didn't have enough rice to eat their full. Yu Zhong commanded, "Go make your father prepare. We're going to dispatch troops and clear out zombies today. Make your father bring a squadron to the public square and wait." Stone Horse Village had not been captured long. Yu Zhong arranged various work, but the clearing of the zombies in the surrounding area hadn't yet come to a stop. Yu Zhong and Qi Yang alternated every day, taking a group to clear out the zombies in the surrounding villages, and they searched for survivors to enter under their banner. Yu Zhong's Stone Horse village already had a population of over 800. There were already over 150 combat personnel. Chen Miao nodded and left according to Yu Zhong's commands. Yu Zhong's direct, small subordinate group and the two small groups formed of the Chun family villagers rapidly gathered at the town square. The two small groups team leaders of the Chun family village force were led by Chan Shi and Zhao Xing. Zhao Xing's group also had a vice captain. It was the former chief of Chun family village, Chun Ning. Chun Wang's failure to completely follow Yu Zhong's orders made him disappointed. Because of this, Yu Zhong gave Chun Ning a captain position according to his promise, but it was a vice captain position. These are those who want to fight zombies. But how can we only use shields and large knives? Why no guns? The distinct thing of Yu Zhong and the small units is that the fighters in these two units only had shields and large knives. This made them slightly uneasy, and they whispered in private. Only Yu Zhong's direct subordinate unit stood there silently. Under the eyes of everyone, Yu Zhong walked onto a high platform. The discussions below stopped as soon as Yu Zhong walked onto the high platform. I am Yu Zhong. Today is the day you will go out and fight zombies. It is not a mistake. Today your equipment is a shield and large knife. This equipment is more suited to fighting zombies than guns. From today on, all of the combat units will undertake close combat training. You will use steel shields and large knives to fight. You will receive close combat training and shooting training at the same time. The only people who do not need to use shields and large knives are those that have a 70% shooting rate inside of 100 yards, heavy machine gun operators, or armored vehicle operators. Of course, the dangers are indeed very high to use shields and large knives to fight zombies. Those that don't wish to fight may step out. I will not force you. There was an immediate uproar in the two Chan family village combat units after hearing Yu Zhong's words. A villager from Zhao Xing's group hesitated a moment, then took a large step out. I withdraw. I withdraw. The villagers' withdraw set off like a fire in the state of minds of the others. Another 8 people selected to withdraw from combat. Yu Zhong looked at the 9 people and coldly said, people that stepped out, your incorporation and special treatment are canceled. Go work on building the walls. Hearing Yu Zhong's words, the faces were brushed with an incomparably pale complexion. The treatment of the men who build the walls is far less than that of outside personnel. They must work hard labor every day, and they can only eat their fill without any additional non-staple foods. There is also no additional wages. The people in Yuzhanji's group, if they are outside personnel, they can eat and drink their fill every day, and they can have some non-staple foods. Outside personnel can also receive a reward if they find goods and materials while out fighting. They were better off than office workers before the age and received the envy of other survivors. Among the 9, one regretfully said all of a sudden, Captain Yu, I wish to fight. Don't send me to build the wall. I also wish to fight. I don't want to build the wall. There were 3 people with regret among the 9. Going to work on the wall is equivalent to being punished with hard labor. They must bitterly work the whole day. They could also use the goods found while fighting to find a woman for a good time. Stone Horse Village strictly prohibits rape, but a can of food in Stone Horse Village is enough to find a good-looking woman for the night. Moreover, several women wish to stick to them and become their women after becoming outside personnel. Yu Zhong didn't look at those people anymore and coldly said, Take them all away. 2 personnel carrying rifles walked over and made the 9 men go over towards the city wall. Yu Zhong looked around at the remaining men in the 2 small units and said in a deep voice, Is there anyone else who wants to withdraw? Yu Zhong continued to say, If you want a good life, you must take your life and risk it. Those who don't wish to take a risk are only as good as laborers. I guarantee those who build walls and repair structures will continue living. But don't be jealous when others taste the sweetness and drink in the goodness. That is what others used their own power and took risks to achieve. Yu Zhong finished his speech. It was silent below. No one spoke wanted to leave. They had just gotten a life that made others envious. Who wished to easily give that up? Set out, Yu Zhong commanded. The people in the square all piled into vehicles one by one, and they rushed out. Southeast Village was a distance of 7.5 kilometers from Stonehorse Village. Yu Zhong's motorcade stopped before the village. The personnel all jumped out of the vehicles carrying the large knives and shields. They looked at the quite small ghost town from far away. An IFV brought up the rear of the motorcade. An IFV uses up too much bullets and oil when fighting. Because of this, Yu Zhong only brings one each time, just in case. Yu Zhong sprinkles a blood pouch full of human blood on white bones after everyone got out of the vehicles. He made white bones rush into the village. The southeast village zombies immediately started to hobble out of the center of the village after smelling the blood. Southeast Village had a population of several hundred. The hundreds of zombies immediately formed into a chilling zombie group. An S2 and several S1s quickly scrambled over the masses like demons towards white bones from within the zombie group. Yu Zhong took the lead, holding a replica Tang sword towards the incoming S2 and S1. The S2 smelled Yu Zhong's human scent. It immediately abandoned white bones and charged towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong welcomed the S2. A cold light flashed as the two crossed paths. The S2 was immediately decapitated in one sword slash. A large experience orb sunk into his body. Chapter 135, Poplar Tree Village. Chapter 135, Poplar Tree Village. White Bones also slashed his axe, violently rushing into the S1 group. In one swoop, the large axe beheaded several S1s. Yu Zhong and White Bones took everything dropped into a bag and quickly retreated after taking care of the S-type zombies. The dense group of zombies still trended towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong grabbed out a rifle after retreating to position. He calmly aimed at the zombies and constantly headshot zombie after zombie. So strong. Truly too awesome. This is the first time the Chen family villagers had seen Yu Zhong fight. The eyes of each one filled with fright. They had already heard of Yu Zhong's bravery, but this is the first time seeing Yu Zhong display his skill. Chen too looked at Yu Zhong, and his eyes gleamed. He slowly thought, so extreme. Even without a gun, I am not his match. Chen too is the strongest hunter in Chen family village, and he is the strongest man. He has never submitted to anyone in his whole life. The first time seeing Yu Zhong's skill is genuinely convincing. Yu Zhong immediately withdrew the rifle after dropping 6 zombies and commanded, "Cover with machine gun fire." The small group, directly subordinate to Yu Zhong, operated 2 heavy machine guns and spread fire at the zombie group. Covered under heavy machine gun fire, the zombies were like wheat blown over by a large wind. Cease fire. Close combat unit, the 7 small unit, and the 8 small unit follow me. Yu Zhong watched the zombies get covered in firepower and finally shouted a command. Then White Bones and Greenie rushed together towards the remaining zombies. Everyone charge with me. Chen too is of an aggressive and violent breed. At one time, he single-handedly killed 4 zombies at Chen family village. He didn't have any fear towards those slow-moving zombies. The team members under Chen Shida's leadership filled with courage. They let out a battle cry, and they charged holding their swords and shields towards the zombies. They destroyed the slow-moving, ordinary zombies like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Men charge with me. Zhao Xing didn't dare appear weak. He roared to his personnel and took the lead holding sword and shield. Chen Ning watched Zhao Xing, and his eyes flashed a complicated look. He brought his people and followed Zhao Xing in the charge, chopping those zombies. The Chen family villagers originally had zombie hunting experience. They had an ability to deal with the mental pressure from the zombies that was far greater than other personnel. The zombies had already undergone a round of heavy firepower. As long as they were careful around the zombies that hadn't yet died, the villagers could overcome their fear and easily deal with the zombies. The 2 groups joined in with Yu Zhong's close combat unit and entered the zombie fray. They easily decapitated the remaining zombies. After resolving the zombies outside the village, the high-morale close combat unit and two small units under Chen Yu and Zhao Xing lead massacred their way into the small village. Yu Zhong knew this is the true start of the training for the two small units. Although the large majority of zombies were drawn out by the noise and blood of white bones, but inside their village there were still several zombies and small zombie groups. Chen Yu and Zhao Xing's small groups could quickly become an elite force if they could completely clear out the remainder of the village. Group formation. Chen Yu bellowed the command as soon as they entered the village. 3 personnel immediately formed into a small triangle formation using their shields, and they carefully entered into the village. They didn't have Yu Zhong's ability to easily kill zombies, so naturally they were carefully. Chen Yu's group encountered 3 scattered zombies not long after entering the village. After the 3 members holding their shields skillfully dropped the 3 zombies, they resumed the group formation and carefully advanced. They extremely efficiently cleared the zombies in the village. Not bad work. Yu Zhong followed behind Chen Yu's group and watched, his eyes flashed with praise. In the past, when capturing Stone Horse Village, they mainly relied on weapons fire to clear out a large amount of the zombie force. Then they used elite soldiers wearing snake scale armor to clean out the scattered zombies. The above cold weapons tactics couldn't compare to Chen Yu. Zhao Xing's group, on the other side, learned Chen Yu's triangle formation. They entered the village step by step, methodically beheading zombies. In the midst of continuously killing zombies, they established confidence in overcoming them. The southeast village zombies were completely purged after a fierce 3-hour battle. In the process, 2 members among Chen Yu and Zhao Xing's group were careless, and they were scratched and infected. Yu Zhong walked over to the 2 team members and said in a deep voice, "Do you have any last words? People infected must die." Yu Zhong didn't have any way to save them. A team member said with tears in his eyes, "I wish, Captain, you could take care of my family." Yu Zhong said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, you are both martyrs. Your family members will receive the best treatment." That team member bitterly laughed. "Then I have no regrets. Come, give me peace. I don't want to change into that thing." Yu Zhong waved his hand, and 2 members came over. They raised their guns at the 2 infected members and pulled the trigger, shooting them dead. "Captain Yu, we discovered something new." 2 of Yu Zhong's direct subordinates found something while they were searching for supplies in Southeast Village. They brought forward 2 malnourished, pretty-looking women with multiple torture marks on their bodies. "Who are they?" Yu Zhong looked at the 2 women and asked a team member among them. The team member looked at one of the women and said somewhat viciously, "Captain Yu, they're survivors who fled from Poplar Tree Village to the west. Poplar Tree Village is already being occupied by a person named Steel King. That guy has several hundred survivors in his hands. Zhang Hong, this is our boss, Captain Yu. Can you slowly tell him the intel on Poplar Tree Village?" I'll speak. I'll tell everything to this mighty person. Don't hit me. I will say everything. I will do anything. I'm begging you, don't torture me." Zhang Hong knelt on the ground. She wept and begged to Yu Zhong. She told her experience and everything she knew about Poplar Tree Village. Chapter 136, Xue Kaishan. Chapter 136, Xue Kaishan. Zhang Hong was a pretty white-collar businesswoman before age. After age, she was fortunately able to drive and flee out of the city. Then she fled into Poplar Tree Village. Poplar Tree Village was captured by a group of fleeing policemen and other survivors that escaped there. These policemen defended the refugee survivors who fled from all directions, and they maintained the order in Poplar Tree Village. They protected females and didn't endure violations. Only suddenly one day the self-proclaimed Steel King, Xue Kaishan, murdered all of the policemen. He brought people to occupy the whole Poplar Tree Village. Xue Kaishan spent the whole day thinking of ways to play with women after taking over Poplar Tree Village. He invented ways to torture the women in his control. Zhang Hong is a sufferer of Xue Kaishan's torture. She fled with another beautiful woman under the cover of night. Yu Zhong continued and asked, "What skills does Xue Kaishan have?" According to Yu Zhong's speculations, Xue Kaishan couldn't be an evolver, but rather some kind of mutant possessing some kind of ability. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed armed policemen. Zhang Hong thought a moment, then said, "He is invulnerable to bullets and knives. Bullets cannot pierce his body. What other abilities does he have? I don't know. How many people do they have? How many guns? It's not too clear, but they should exceed 10 people." Zhang Hong didn't know anything. Yu Zhong quickly let them leave. They fully loaded supplies and found 20 survivors in Southeast Village. Then Yu Zhong's group quickly returned to Stone Horse Village. As soon as Yu Zhong's group returned to Stone Horse Village, specialized logistics personnel came to the vehicles and began unloading everything. Then they sorted everything by type and loaded it into the warehouse. Those combat participants were also each awarded a prize. Also, several Chun family villagers were promoted to preliminary team members. It made them extremely happy. They walked the streets, standing tall. In addition to official team members, preliminary team members were the objects of respect and envy in Stone Horse Village. Several women wished to become the partners of preliminary or official team members, because they all had stable goods and supplies. If they went out and fought, they could also obtain extra rewards. Go get the Guzi and Wang Shuang. Make them gather a squad. Yu Zhong immediately commanded to a member as soon as he returned to the village. "Yes, Captain Yu." That team member responded and ran out. Chen Shirtu walked over to Yu Zhong and asked, "Yu Zhong, are you going to Poplar Tree Village?" "Correct. Let me go with you." Yu Zhong looked at Chen Shirtu and said, "You aren't going to rest." Today, Yu Zhong brought people to clear out Southeast Village. Chen Shirtu already killed 8 zombies. Ordinary people who haven't leveled up consume a lot of stamina killing 8 zombies. Chen Shirtu said in a deep voice, "Correct. Good." Yu Zhong agreed to Chen Shirtu's request. De Guzi and Wang Shuang quickly finished gathering their small units. 3 Humvees, 2 IFVs, 2 trucks, 2 Hummers, and 3 Jeeps formed a motorcade that rapidly sped towards Poplar Tree Village. In a small Western-style house in Poplar Tree Village, a medium-stature, bald head, and shirtless man with a long scar on his ugly chest sat on a sofa. In front of him were 2 completely naked women with their heads in his crotch constantly moving. This man with the long scar on his chest is the ruler of Poplar Tree Village, Xue Kaishan. Xue Kaishan suddenly grabbed a pretty woman's head and twisted. Then he kicked the woman, slammed her to the floor, and ferociously said, "Fuck, stinky prostitute crying. Do you not like the boss? Fuck, you women are cheap. Come here." Xue Kaishan roared, for strong men came from the side. Their eyes gleamed with lewdness, and they stared at the beautiful woman kicked to the ground. Xue Kaishan pointed at the woman and the ground and ferociously laughed. "I'm giving this cheap person to play with you all, but I don't wish this cheap woman to see the light of tomorrow." The woman's face became inhumanly white, and she screamed, "No, master, I'm begging you no. I can serve you well. I can serve you well. You don't need to discard me." The women given over to the subordinates of Xue Kaishan after he was done playing with them were ultimately on a road to death. That woman still didn't want to die. The other woman saw the sight, and her body shivered with cold, but she didn't say a word. She also wanted to live. "Thank you for the reward, boss." The 4 men were overjoyed, and they pulled the woman out. Although it is a woman Xue Kaishan had used up, but she didn't look too bad. They could have a little fun. "Slave Yin, come over." Xue Kaishan looked at another woman, and he stretched out his smelly foot. The woman called Slave Yun crawled to Xue Kaishan like a dog. Although it was disgusting, she licked his entire sweaty, stinky foot. Xue Kaishan looked at Slave Yun. His eyes flashed with pleasure and a twisted excitement. Women looked down on him before Z-Age because he was ugly. After Z-Age, he obtained some power. He wantonly used his power to kill the policeman protecting Poplar Tree Village, and then he started to abuse Poplar Tree's women. "Boss, not good. Boss! A young man wearing a t-shirt and pants entered the villa and yelled while Xue Kaishan was tormenting the women. Xue Kaishan somewhat impatiently asked, "What is it?" Tanzhen. Tan Chen's face was terrified as he said, "An unknown armed force is on their way. The opponent has guns and cannons. They also have armored vehicles. It looks like army troops." "What, the army troops? Quick, lead me there." Xue Kaishan's face changed. He pushed the women aside and followed Tan Chen out of the village. 2. 4-meter-tall temporary watchtowers were built in Poplar Tree Village. One could see the situation from several kilometers out on that watchtower. Xue Kaishan quickly climbed up the watchtower. He took a telescope from a pale-looking subordinate and looked far out. He saw the motorcade with IFVs, and his face became a little ugly. Xue Kaishan's eyes turned blood red. He ferociously roared, "Quickly gather the troops. I will fight them to the death. No man can flee my grasp, and leave Poplar Tree Village." On the watchtower, a subordinate of Xue Kaishan hesitated a moment and said, "Boss, but there are armored vehicles. We should surrender." A murderous intent flashed through Xue Kaishan's eyes. His voice became cold beyond compare. "The things you all have done, you yourself know. Do you think you will live if they know?" Chapter 137, Mob. Chapter 137, Mob. Xue Kaishan ferociously said, "Our Poplar Tree Village can gather over 100 brothers. They aren't even a couple dozen. They want to devour us. It won't be that easy." Hearing these words, Xue Kaishan's brothers didn't anything else. They immediately descended the tower and gathered manpower. Xue Kaishan is domineering in Poplar Tree Village. His brothers had done many wicked things. Xue Kaishan used these methods and his own personal power to maintain this group. "Is this Poplar Tree Village?" Yuzhong walked out of the motorcade and looked at Poplar Tree Village from far away. He saw 2 tall watchtowers erected in the village made out of cement, sandbags, wood, and other various materials. Brother after brother of Xue Kaishan held guns and climbed into that simple and crude cover. Hearts trembling in fear, they watched the baleful aura of Yuzhong's subordinates as they left their vehicles. Wang Shuang and a Guzi small groups went on missions to search for goods and materials every day, and they received strict training, so all of the men carried a spirit of self-confidence. They already had a fighter spirit and self-confidence. "Go make them surrender," Yuzhong roared. The Gao stepped forward. He held a large bullhorn and shouted from far away, "People of Poplar Tree Village, you're already surrounded. Drop your weapons and immediately surrender. It is your only road. Otherwise, you will regret it later. Surrender right now. Our Captain Yu promises everyone will be spared apart from Xue Kaishan." The thoughts of Xue Kaishan's subordinates floated after hearing Yuzhong's terms of surrender. The original weak will to fight started collapsing. They were originally only a mob. The large majority lost the will to resist after seeing the 2 IFVs. After all, regular infantry forces against armored vehicle forces is basically death. But they didn't dare immediately surrender under Xue Kaishan's despotic power. Yuzhong saw Poplar Tree Village didn't respond, and he immediately commanded, "Mortar team, open fire." They had already prepared the mortar team to start shooting earlier. Mortar after mortar exploded everywhere in the entrance of Poplar Tree Village. Following a gorgeous blooming sparkle, shrapnel flew out, and smoke sprang up everywhere. The 12 men taking cover at the crude village entrance were killed or wounded. The shells dismembered a portion of their bodies. The men pierced by shrapnel were on the ground, letting out painful screams. It was a great blow to the morale of the armed forces in Poplar Tree Village. The brothers of Xue Kaishan were ordinary people in the past. They grew up in a peaceful generation. They had no combat experience. The sound of the mortar explosion completely removed their last trace of will to resist. "I surrender. Don't kill me." One of Xue Kaishan's men threw down his weapon, and he hurriedly rushed to Yuzhong. "I surrender. Don't kill me." The one man fleeing set off a chain reaction. The gathered men of Xue Kaishan dispersed. They dropped their weapons and fled to Yuzhong. Xue Kaishan watched the first subordinate that ran, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. He raised a rifle at him and took aim. He ruthlessly shot the brother that betrayed him first. He never thought his operation would be completely dismantled by one round of mortar fire. Xue Kaishan quickly put down his gun, and his eyes gleamed. H grabbed some dirt from the ground and rubbed his face. Then he raised both hands and ran towards Yuzhong. The master fleeing, the remaining men didn't have any fighting confidence. Everything collapsed. They threw their guns or quietly snuck out the back of the village. Some fled towards Yuzhong. Truly a mob. Yuzhong saw the Poplar Tree village immediately collapse with a couple mortars and quietly thought. He didn't think it would be so simple to destroy the fighting spirit of Xue Kaishan's men. Xue Kaishan was detained along with his brothers by Yuzhong's men. He crouched to the side with his head in his hands. Xue Kaishan. None of his brothers dared point him out as Xue Kaishan. Yuzhong walked before the gathered captives. A team member walked over and courteously said to Yuzhong, "Captain Yu. Careful, Captain Yu. He is Xue Kaishan." Zhang Hong, standing beside Yuzhong, saw Xue Kaishan squatting on the ground and immediately let out a shriek. She was tortured half dead by Xue Kaishan. Even though Xue Kaishan was covered in dirt, she could recognize him. Xue Kaishan immediately shot out from the ground and charged at Yuzhong as soon as Zhang Hong yelled. Xue Kaishan didn't wish to give up the inheritance of Poplar Tree Village. He chose to implement a beheading plan. The men holding guns and observing to the side didn't hesitate in the slightest. They pulled the trigger as soon as Xue Kaishan moved. Concentrated bullet fire completely covered the area Xue Kaishan was at. 3 captives next to Xue Kaishan were shot into sieves. Their bodies were filled with bloody holes, and they powerlessly fell to the ground, becoming corpses. The bullets that hit Xue Kaishan were all sent flying, unable to injure a single hair on Xue Kaishan. Xue Kaishan braved a hail of bullets. He charged towards Yuzhong like an arrow. His speed was extremely fast, comparable to an S1, appearing before Yuzhong in an instant. All of the team members ceased fire, scared of injuring Yuzhong. It happened suddenly. Only Chen Yu at Yuzhong's side reacted in time. A heavy fist like a mountain shot out at Xue Kaishan. Chen Yu's ancestors passed on some martial arts to him, although it didn't make him able to fly above the earth. But he was more than a match for ordinary Special Forces soldiers. "Get lost," Xue Kaishan snarled. A light flashed from the silver-colored necklace on his neck. A small hurricane erupted from his body. It blew away Chen Yu and the advancing Lu Yin into Guzi about 6 or 7 meters away, leaving only him and Yuzhong. Seeing Yuzhong was almost within reach, Xue Kaishan's eyes flashed with delight. He stretched out a hand towards Yuzhong's neck. "Trash. You rely on that type of ability, thinking you can harm me?" Yuzhong looked at Xue Kaishan, eyes ice cold. Xue Kaishan's speed looked like he could be compared with elite special forces, but that wasn't enough in Yuzhong's eyes. Right before Xue Kaishan grabbed his neck, he took a step left, easily avoiding Xue Kaishan's attack. He pulled out a replica Tang sword and chopped at Xue Kaishan's waist. The replica Tang sword hit Xue Kaishan's waist in an instant. Yuzhong felt a bizarre toughness emerge from the place he struck. It was like a thin, pliable membrane blocked. Eating Yuzhong's sword, Xue Kaishan was sent flying, his eyes filled with fear. He had never been attacked so easily after gaining his abilities. Chapter 138, Beheading Xue Kaishan. Chapter 138, Beheading Xue Kaishan. Yuzhong shot forward. His highly leveled speed easily caught up to Xue Kaishan. Xue Kaishan was startled, and he clawed at Yuzhong. Yuzhong's image flashed, easily avoiding Xue Kaishan's slash. He started the skilled Devil Flame. A round scarlet-red Devil Flame emerged from his hand. He softly slapped at Xue Kaishan's waist. The scarlet-red Devil Flame burst out, creating a large hole in the thin defensive layer. The frantic blaze burned a large hole in Xue Kaishan's waist. Xue Kaishan let out a shrill cry. His hands didn't have any way to act against Yu Zhong. He couldn't even brush against Yu Zhong's clothes. Yu Zhong's image flashed and circled around behind Xue Kaishan. A hand clapped onto Xue Kaishan's spine. A wild flame erupted that completely burned through Xue Kaishan's defense membrane, torching a large hole in Xue Kaishan. White bones moved forward like an arrow from the side. A large axe hacked away at Xue Kaishan's head. His head abruptly twisted to the side, and he became a corpse, powerlessly falling to the ground. To the extreme, Chen Shurtu watched Yu Zhong easily behead the bulletproof and mysterious ability user Xue Kaishan. His eyes flashed with fear. He practiced martial arts, but he couldn't even connect a blow on Xue Kaishan. Furthermore, Yu Zhong took out Xue Kaishan like he was slaughtering chicken. Yu Zhong walked over to Xue Kaishan. He carefully inspected, confirming Xue Kaishan's status. He is an evolver. There was all kinds of god and devil world equipment on Xue Kaishan's body. Yu Zhong had the majority of equipment already. Only that silver-colored necklace on his chest drew the interest of Yu Zhong. He extended a hand and grabbed the necklace from Xue Kaishan's body. Rank 3 Rare Treasure Hurricane Necklace. 5 Agility when equipped. The necklace grants the skill Hurricane Wind. It can release a portion of Hurricane Wind and send nearby enemies flying. The hurricane's power is determined by the user's level of spirit. Good item. Yu Zhong saw the hurricane necklace, and his eyes brightened. This necklace has a 5 agility increase and a skill on top. It is an extremely useful treasure. Xue Kaishan was also wearing rank 1 shoes, rank 1 defensive clothing, and some other trash equipment to Yu Zhong. Wearing multiples of the same kind of equipment didn't give any overlapping effect. Those captives watched the battle god Xue Kaishan die before their eyes. They all kneeled on the ground and shivered in fear, looking at Yu Zhong full of fear and terror. The resistance of Poplar Tree Village completely collapsed as soon as Xue Kaishan died. Yu Zhong's armed forces smoothly advanced into Poplar Tree Village. They preserved stability and received the population and supplies of the village. Each man that raped and robbed people was pulled to the side and executed by firing squad. Under that type of strict military law, the villagers in Poplar Tree Village all behaved sitting on the ground, hands on their heads, or they hid in their houses not daring to come out. Xue Kaishan is truly an idiot. Yu Zhong's brows wrinkled and thought after he walked into Poplar Tree Village and saw the sight. Yu Zhong saw malnourished survivors after walking into the village. The survivors all smelled, and their eyes didn't have a trace of spirit. Feces and urine could be seen all over the streets. Everyone could smell the sick fumes as they walked down the street. Obviously, Xue Kaishan didn't give the slightest thought about governing Poplar Tree Village. He wouldn't have even been worth dog's hit if he didn't have that strange ability. A person with unmatched strength is not necessarily a qualified ruler. Yu Zhong's team members used guns and searched out the survivors from each corner of the village. Each survivor was given a piece of cornbread and then were taken out of the village. Stonehorse Village had a complete set of facilities. It could easily house thousands of people, but they were currently short on population. Yu Zhong's team members watched the survivors in the unbearably difficult situation devour the small pieces of cornbread, and their eyes let loose a wave of compassion and superiority. They could currently eat their fill of rice each day, and they often ate fish, snake, and vegetables. They didn't know how many times better off they were than those survivors. The Guzi welcomed and flattered Yu Zhong as soon as he entered Xue Kaishan's building. "Captain, you look. So many women. How can there be so many women here?" Yu Zhong looked in the direction de Guzi pointed, only seeing a large amount of all kinds of women densely packed standing there. The quantity probably exceeded over 150. That many women squeezed in a small courtyard was somewhat spectacular. De Guzi explained to Yu Zhong, "These are all the women collected by Xue Kaishan. He grabbed all of decent-looking women, no matter how young or old, to serve himself after he killed the policeman. This 7-story building and the 2 small buildings to the side were for his women." Yu Zhong saw Xue Kaishan's spectacular crowd and slightly sighed. He truly has everyone. De Guzi gave a strange smile to Yu Zhong that every man understands. 2 team members brought 4 women over. Captain Yu, I've selected several for you. They are all virgins Xue Kaishan hasn't touched yet. They are all tender and full of life. You will certainly like them. Among the 4, there was a 23 or 4-year-old woman wearing a nurse outfit. She was delicate and exquisite, and she had a pair of beautiful eyes. One was wearing black socks and an office suit with skirt. She was refined with shoulder-length hair. A white-collar woman with white skin and a pretty face. Another wore jeans and a t-shirt. She had an extremely mature figure, dyed blonde hair, and pierced ears. She looked a little punk. The last had her black hair and a ponytail. Her body was very mature, and she had a quiet and gentle character. These 4 women were the prettiest and the best-tempered women in Xue Kaishan's group. The punk-looking girl and the black-haired gentle girl both looked extremely similar. Original world order started to collapse after ZH. The large majority of official team members from Always Bright Village had 2 or more women. Yu Zhong also had Lu Wan and Gui Yu, the 2 young and older beauties. De Guzi had always cautiously observed Yu Zhong. After seeing Yu Zhong wasn't a saint that didn't like women, he went ahead and picked out some pretty women to give him. Not bad. Arrange them to be my maids. Yu Zhong looked at the 4 beautiful women and plainly said. As long as he said it, De Guzi would take care of everything. He didn't need to waste any brain power. Chapter 139, Scum Battalion. Chapter 139, Scum Battalion. De Guzi revealed a trace of a smile after receiving Yu Zhong's support. He commanded to those team members, "Bring them all." Those team members immediately took those women away. Before departing, the woman with dyed blonde hair and the punk sex appeal deeply stared at Yu Zhong. Then she finally followed and left with the group. Lu Yin walked over to Yu Zhong with a somber face and said in a deep voice, "Captain Yu, come over and look." "What is it?" Yu Zhong's brow raised and followed Lu Yin. "Those animals simply don't have the least bit of humanity. Look." Lu Yin pulled open the door to a warehouse with a look of fury. A nauseating fishy stench came out as soon as the door was pulled open. Inside the warehouse was a sight like hell. There was one woman after another powerlessly collapsed on the ground. There were scars everywhere on their bodies. There was a stinky yellow liquid all over their bodies as well. Several of the women's breasts were cut off. Some had their hands cut off and were bound together. Each one was tortured until their last breath, their eyes empty. The sight was 10 times more miserable than the women at the hen house. Yu Zhong saw the hellish sight, and his eyes flashed with rage. His voice became cold beyond compare. Who did this? Lu Yin suppressed his own rage and said, "Xue Kaishan and his brothers." Xue Kaishan gave these women to his men to torture after he was tired of playing with them. Furthermore, he designated that the women had to be tortured to death within 3 days. Lu Yin wasn't that good of a person. Originally, when he was under Tiger's command, he had also visited the women in the hen house. But this type of cruel, torturous actions crossed his bottom line. Yu Zhong suppressed his rage and commanded to Lu Yin, "Those scum. Lu Yin, grab them and execute them all." "Yes, Captain Yu." Lu Yin heard and turned to leave. De Guzi saw Yu Zhong's complexion as he stood on the side and cautiously said, "Slow down. Captain Yu, please calm down. Listen to my short argument. If you feel these words are wrong, then let me go." Yu Zhong looked at De Guzi. Forcefully suppressing his anger, he said in a deep voice, "Speak." Although De Guzi was afraid to die, was shallow, and liked a brown nose, but he was completely loyal to Yu Zhong, and he never committed a blunder. Yu Zhong thought him as relatively important, so even in anger he could listen to De Guzi's words. De Guzi said, "Captain Yu, you already promised the surrenderers wouldn't die. How will others look upon you if you immediately eat your words? If word gets out and we encounter enemies after today, the enemies could have some scruples and wouldn't surrender to you. It would be better to make them do hard labor and treat them like oxen. Make them have the most bitter life and only let them eat until they are full is enough. Right now, Stone Horse Village is building a city wall. De Guzi thought of two aspects, one being Yu Zhong's reputation, and the other aspect is to strengthen the labor force to build the wall. Yu Zhong sunk into a deep thought hearing Yu Zhong's words. Just like De Guzi said, killing the prisoners would make him happy. But the word would certainly spread out. If he encountered enemies after today, they wouldn't surrender. They would die fighting to the end. He would also have several losses exterminating the opposition. Yu Zhong thought of establishing an organization called the Scum Battalion for these men. From now on, the Scum Battalion is established. If today's prisoners are found to be related to this warehouse, then they will enter the Scum Battalion. Each prisoner in the Scum Battalion must kill 40 zombies to become a regular citizen. De Guzi, you can arbitrarily use the Scum Battalion for the most bitter, most serious, and most dangerous work. De Guzi slapped his chest and pledged, "Yes, Captain Yu, don't worry, I will certainly use them well." Poplar Tree Village had over 500 survivors. Stonehorse Village's population suddenly broke through 1,000 after everyone was transported to Stonehorse Village. The large amount of people coming in were allocated by Gui Yu, Limani, and De Guzi. The various factories in Stonehorse Village recruited people and started working. Each small search party continuously brought in a large amount of goods from the outside. The goods and supplies in Stonehorse Village became relatively plenty. All kinds of order started to slowly reinstate. Suicides became less, and the people's eyes were no longer without hope like walking corpses. The Scum Battalion prisoners were driven on like dogs by De Guzi, and they were forced to do the most intense work. The progress on building the wall became much faster. Is there any way to swallow the long, high city survivor base? Yu Zhong soaked in a public bath after a busy day of clearing out 4 villages. Despite the hot water sinking into his body, he closed his eyes and thought. Longhai City Survivor Base was a constant thorn in Yu Zhong's side. The Longhai City Survivor Base not only used a righteous name, but they blocked Yu Zhong's path to the southeast. Not only this, but also tied up a portion of Yu Zhong's military. Yu Zhong was forced to leave behind soldiers to defend and observe the Longhai City Survivor Base. Yu Zhong also couldn't freely expand his power. Longhai City Survivor Base had a population of several thousand. It also had the police, armed police, professional soldiers, 7 IFVs, and official PLA army equipment from before his age. Yu Zhong didn't have the power to attack and completely destroy Longhai City Survivor Base. He could only capture the surrounding small villages, amass survivors, train troops, and await for the right timing. While Yu Zhong soaked in the bath, the large doors opened. A maiden wearing a bathrobe gracefully walked through the steam towards Yu Zhong, and she stepped into the bath. Yu Zhong already knew someone entered into the house. Only he didn't feel any murderous intent or sense any danger. "Well, sure enough, let me kiss you." Yu Zhong closed his eyes and extended a hand. He brought that woman into his embrace. He wantonly rubbed her smooth and tender big white rabbits. "Who are you?" Yu Zhong immediately felt something wrong as soon as he pinched her big white rabbit. This woman's body is also delicate, smooth, and full, but compared to Gui Yu's huge breasts, they were a rather inferior. He opened his eyes and discovered the girl with dyed blonde hair and pierced ears. It was the extremely punk girl Zhang Jingqiao. A large majority of Zhang Jingqiao's snow-white skin in the public bath before Yu Zhong's eyes. The B-cup big white rabbits had a pair of pink cherries. It was extremely enticing under the bathroom lighting. "Master, your slave has come to serve you. This is slave's first time. Please be tender, master." Chapter 140. Rebel Girl Zhang Jingqiao. Chapter 140. Rebel Girl Zhang Jingqiao. Receiving that kind of special service from Zhang Jingqiao, Yu Zhong's blood started to rise. Zhang Jingqiao sunk her head underwater for 20 seconds and came back up, gasping for air. A large amount of water droplets flowed down from her beautiful face to her chest. Zhang Jingqiao opened her eyes and gave a coquettish glance to Yu Zhong. She extended a hand, grabbing Lil Yu Zhong, sat down. A trace of bright red started to ripple up in the bath. Her brows wrinkled, and after a moment she rolled off. Slave boldly offends. Please punish master. Zhang Jingqiao skillfully extended little and lightly licked Yu Zhong's ear. She blew into his ear and teased. Yu Zhong wrapped the tempting little fox up in his arms. He wantonly enjoyed her body, full of charm and youth. Despite it being this little fox's first time, her mouth continuously shouted out astonishing noises that could cause someone to blush, feeling excited like an extremely easy slut. Yu Zhong was also extremely excited, finally resting after she begged to stop. Zhang Jingqiao was in Yu Zhong's embrace resting after sex. She exhaustedly said, "Master, you are truly strong." Yu Zhong softly laughed. He began to massage her delicate and soft body. Her body was covered in beads of sweat. It was warm and slippery like lukewarm jade. Yu Zhong never thought he would eat up one of his maids before the young Guiyu. Yu Zhong massaged Zhang Jingqiao's beautiful pair of white rabbits. Feeling the elastic and warm, soft sensation, he slowly asked, "Why did you come seduce me?" Yu Zhong wasn't so handsome as to make a beautiful woman like Zhang Jingqiao fall in love at first sight. Zhang Jingqiao turned and directly looked into Yu Zhong's eyes. "Because master is strong enough. I want to drink milk and eat bread. I want to wear makeup, sexy Ling gear, be taken care of, and have attention. These things only master can give me. The most important thing is after becoming your woman, you gave me a feeling of safety." Yu Zhong watched Zhang Jingqiao speak the truth. He lightly laughed and embraced her, saying, "You are realistic. No problem. You can eat with us at the table from now on. I will also make you a preliminary team member. Do you want to study or start working? I can help arrange it for you." In the past, Zhang Jingqiao and the other women were maids for Yu Zhong, Guiyu, and Luwen. Naturally, they didn't have the qualifications to eat at the same table. The four women were incorporated as outside personnel. They could eat their fill and have some non-staple foods. But naturally, it couldn't compare with Yu Zhong's food. Zhang Jingqiao sweetly smiled. She used her sweet cherry lips to kiss Yu Zhong. "Thank you, master." Zhang Jingqiao hugged Yu Zhong. She used her delicate and soft to rub against Yu Zhong's arms and said, "I don't want to study or work. I want to stay at master's side and serve master. May I?" Zhang Jingqiao was a rebellious girl before ZH. She had no mind to study. She didn't want to study even more after ZH. Yu Zhong didn't care and said, "You may." It wasn't a problem to provide for a beautiful woman like Zhang Jingqiao with Stone Horse Village's current supplies. Yu Zhong didn't care if she wanted to be an ignorant and incompetent vase. Yu Zhong looked at Zhang Jingqiao and plainly said, "But since you are following me, you are my person. If you run off to another man, don't blame my ruthlessness." Zhang Jingqiao showed too much debauchery just now. Yu Zhong liked her strong passion, but he didn't want her to have an affair. Zhang Jingqiao smiled and flattered Yu Zhong. "Don't worry, master. Slave certainly won't do that kind of thing." Zhang Jingqiao has some brains, even though she is someone rebellious. She isn't an idiot. All order collapsed after ZH. People would break up or get divorced before ZH once an affair was discovered. After ZH, if she had an affair, she could end up in a living death. Xue Kaishan destroyed their will to resist. He once made them go look at the women who had been tortured. Zhang Jingqiao already saw a beautiful woman tortured to death. She had always been bold and unruly, but she was scared into behaving. Zhang Jingqiao leaned into Yu Zhong like a docile kitten. She softly said, "Master, what do you think of my older sister?" Yu Zhong thought of the girl in the ponytail with a calm temperament, the polite and bookish girl named Zhang Jingwei. Then he said, "Not bad. She looks like a gentle and quiet woman." Zhang Jingqiao revealed a strange smile and said, "Master, also bring her into the house. How about it? Us two will attend on you together. A sister's threesome, wouldn't it happy?" Yu Zhong was slightly dumbfounded. He looked at Zhang Jingqiao in his embrace. He never thought this rebel girl would unexpectedly throw her own sister into his embrace. She actually said the words sister's threesome. But she is your sister. Yu Zhong hesitated a moment and said. He couldn't help but think. The somewhat sinister Ting Zhang Jingqiao proposed, something in the depths of his heart. I am thinking of my sister. She will be one of yours sooner or later. Later is not as good as sooner. Furthermore, my sister isn't like me. She was a famous top student in school, the well-known flower of the whole school. She was a dream girl of several wimpy kids. Zhang Jingqiao continued to stimulate Yu Zhong. Zhang Jingqiao had her own thoughts. As soon as she saw the outstanding and beautiful Princess Gui Yu with her hot body, she knew that she couldn't win over Gui Yu. She planned to pull her sister into Yu Zhong's embrace. They could fight for Yu Zhong's attention. Their lives can become better if Yu Zhong dotes on them. Yu Zhong lightly slapped Zhang Jingqiao's little butt. Let it go. Yu Zhong is the dictator of Stone Horse Village. So long as he wished, sleeping together with dozens of women wouldn't be difficult. But he didn't have that type of inclination. Everything comes naturally. After all, he still faced the big enemy, Long High City survivor base. He didn't have any idea to wantonly seek pleasure. Zhang Jingqiao's lips quivered after seeing Yu Zhong be non-committal, and she didn't say anything else. She just quietly leaned into Yu Zhong's embrace, enjoying the rare peace. Zhang Jingqiao didn't sleep easy a single day in Xue Kaishan's hands. The next day, early morning, Yu Zhong brought Zhang Jingqiao, Gui Yu, and Lu Wan to the table. An extremely sumptuous feast was on the table. There was soy milk, donuts, milk, bread, eggs, and ham. Chapter 141. Meet Again. Chapter 141. Meet Again. There were 6 maids standing around the table wearing black and white lacy uniforms. They were young and old, but the one common factor is they were all beautiful. Zhang Jingqiao's sister, Zhang Jingwei, also stood there. Zhang Jingwei saw her sister at the table, and her eyes appeared shocked. Jingqiao, how is she at the table? That is Zhang Jingqiao. How is she at the table? This 6 maids saw Zhang Jingqiao at the table. Their eyes flashed with shock and suspicion. Fox! Lu Wen looked at Zhang Jingqiao at the table, and her little mouth snapped in a low voice. Gui Yu looked at Zhang Jingqiao, and her eyes flashed strangely. She was always closely watched by Lu Wen. She rarely had an opportunity alone with Yu Zhong. She never thought another sister would leap ahead of her into Yu Zhong's bed. Gui Yu didn't say anything, although she felt strange in her heart. Brother Yu, can I have another portion of milk and bread? Zhang Jingqiao tactfully asked Yu Zhong after breakfast. Zhang Jingqiao could only use her own distributed goods if she was a real preliminary team member. Ordinary preliminary team members would have to go search or trade for milk and bread, or they could get some as a reward for searching when searching for goods and materials. Yu Zhong didn't care and said, as you wish. If you want to eat something, make someone prepare it for you. Yu Zhong naturally couldn't be mean to his women. Those goods and materials were taken from back in Lei Jiang City. He didn't place them in his eye back then, let alone the present. Yu Zhong left the table with Gui Yu and Lu Wan after breakfast. He did target practice, a long run, and took a squadron to clear out zombies every day. He was a busy mess. Because it had been too busy, he didn't have time to eat the sweet fruit Gui Yu. Sister eat. Zhang Jingqiao quickly made people bring some milk and bread. She smiled and handed it to Zhang Jingwei. From a child until now, this is the first time he had taken care of her older sister. Thank you. Zhang Jingwei hesitated a moment, then took the milk and bread. She really couldn't resist the temptation of the milk and bread. Goods and materials were strained with Xue Kaishan. Zhang Jingwei and the other women could only eat rice until they were half satisfied. Only Xue Kaishan and his best buddies could eat and drink things like milk and bread. They could eat their fill as well as a little vegetables and fish after becoming Yu Zhong's maids. But they didn't have milk and bread. Zhang Jingwei saw Yu Zhong and Gui Yu eat and drink milk and bread, and she really wanted it. The remaining several maids watched Zhang Jingwei eat and drink, and their eyes were written with envy. They hadn't eaten those things in a long time. Zhang Jingqiao bathed in the envious eyes of the other women, unspeakably comfortable. She was essentially a little vain and a rebellious girl. Her nature wasn't bad apart from this. The woman with shoulder-length hair that Yu Zhong discovered in Poplar Tree Village looked at Zhang Jingqiao jealously. What magic! One day, I will trump you. The nurse watched Zhang Jingwei eat the bread without blinking. A jeep zoomed along the road towards Stonehorse Village. Who are you? Quick, stop the vehicle, otherwise we will shoot. The two guards at the village entrance shouted after seeing the jeep. Two Type 89, 12, 7mm heavy machine gun was mounted at the gate. These two heavy machine guns could easily tear apart the jeep. The jeep quickly stopped. Kong Tao stepped out of the vehicle. Don't open fire. We are envoys from Longhai City Survivor Base. We have words to speak with Captain Yu. Chen Yao, Ji Qingwu, and Kai Shao all walked out of the vehicle. A gate guard saw Ji Qingwu and immediately stepped forward smiling. Captain Ji, I was originally one of yours. Please enter. Ji Qingwu saw that team member. He beautiful eyebrow raised. She was a little startled, but then she said, You are Li Wankai. The man named Li Wankai was an ordinary troop under Ji Qingwu. After participating in various kinds of battle and training with Yu Zhong over several days, he had developed a sense of sturdiness and self-confidence. Ji Qingwu didn't see many elites with these kinds of qualities during her time in Longhai City Survivor Base. Li Wankai smiled at Ji Qingwu. Captain Jiano. Now I should call you Miss Ji Qingwu. Miss Ji Qingwu, your timing is unfortunate. Captain, you already took people out to clear zombies and search for supplies. I'll go inform Section Chief Li Manny to receive you. Li Wankai immediately turned and entered the base after speaking. Secretary Li? Li Manny unexpectedly became Section Chief. Chen Yao, Zhang Li, Wang Fong, and Kai Shao all heard this information and couldn't believe it. Li Manny's status was below theirs at that time, but she has unexpectedly become a Section Chief of Stonehorse Village. Furthermore, they could only hide in the Specialty Region House at Longhai City. They had to be careful every time they left. Soon after, four women, Li Manny, Zhang Xian, Yuan Ying, and Zhang Xian all came out of the village. Yao Yao, I missed you. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up as soon as she saw Chen Yao. She ran over and gave her a hug. Zhang Xian and Chen Yao were extremely close in the dorms. Chen Yao clapped Zhang Xian's back and asked, I've missed you, Xian Xian. How have you been here? Has Yu Zhong bullied you? Zhang Xian shook her head. She grabbed Chen Yao's hand and talked without getting to the point. No, he is always busy. I rarely see him. But, Yao Yao will tell you, I am now the Education Section Chief. I'm in charge of children's studies. Those little monsters don't wish to study one bit. They're like flying chickens and running dogs all day in the school. Yuaning looked at Wang Fong, her face carrying a smile. Wang Fong, how are you all doing in Longhai City Survivor Base? The women who stayed with Yu Zhong all looked at Wang Fong to see how she would respond. They wanted to know how the government-run Longhai City Survivor Base was. Wang Fong hesitated, silent a moment. She saw the four women wearing the latest fashion, and her face turned red. She knew they were much better off than her from their nice complexions. This made the vain girl extremely suffer, and she didn't want to speak. Kai Zhao's eyes flashed with honesty, and she told the current situation. We aren't well there. Law and order isn't too good. We can only stay in the building every day. We can't go anywhere. We can only eat our fill every day, that's it. Chapter 142, Lobbyist. Chapter 142, Lobbyist. Yuan Ying carried an air of superiority as she spoke to Chen Yao. Like this, it is rare that you all make a visit. Come, I will treat you to a good meal. Chen Yao was prettier with a better temperament. She also received Yu Zhong's attention before they separated. Yuan Ying was always jealous of her. She was extremely happy about her choice at that time, especially after hearing Chen Yao and the others were in dire straits. What spirit, but you held on to Yu Zhong's leg. You are nothing without Yu Zhong. Wang Fong looked at Yuan Ying with her air of superiority. Her heart filled with envy as she thought. But she was careful, and she didn't let those words come out. She was an outsider here after all. A disturbance wouldn't be good for her. Chen Yao slightly smiled at Yuan Ying. Many thanks to you. Chen Yao was on a mission to persuade Yu Zhong. She didn't want to say anything that would offend someone within Yu Zhong's power. Follow me. Yuan Ying smiled. She led the women to the dining room. There was fish with vegetables, salt and pepper shrimp, spicy snails, braised carp, and sautéed vegetables. The 4 meat dishes with vegetables were arranged on the table. There were 2 big bottles of Coke and Sprite to the side. Kai Zai and Wang Fong's eyes brightened up upon seeing the dishes. They grabbed chopsticks and wolfed down the fresh food in large bites. They hadn't eaten fresh meat, not to mention fresh fish. Yuan Ying watched Kai Zhao and Wang Fong wolf down the food. She looked pleased with herself and full of happiness in her heart. This meal cost her a half-month of provisions. But she could only see the envy and admiration in the eyes of Kai Shao and Wang Fong. Her vanity was greatly satisfied. Eating that delicious food, Wang Fong and the others felt traces of regret in the depths of their heart. They chose to trust in the government when Yu Zhong let them make the choice. They went to Longhai City, and the outcome is they can only hide scared in the building. Yuan Ying stayed here and became a section leader of Stonehorse Village. Her days were not only much better than theirs, but she was even more independent and respected. A team member walked in when the food was almost all used up. He said to Li Manny, "Section Chief Li, Captain Yu already returned. He wants you to bring Chen Yao and Ji Qingwu to meet him." "I understand." Li Manny slightly nodded and stood up. She said to Chen Yao and Ji Qingwu, "Let's go." Chen Yao and Ji Qingwu stood up and followed Li Manny out of the dining room. Wang Fong saw Yu Zhong call for the girls. She became extremely envious and thought, Chen Yao and Ji Qingwu really have a different place in his heart compared to us. Chen Yao and Ji Qingwu were brought to the reception hall of the most luxurious villa in Stonehorse Village by Li Manny. Chen Yao calmly sized up Yu Zhong after she entered the reception hall. Strange feelings gave birth in her heart. Yu Zhong hadn't yet matured when they were in Lei Jiang City, and his body held traces of an ordinary person then. At most, he was an ordinary college student that obtained evolver power. Yu Zhong's appearance hadn't changed that much, but his whole attitude was completely different. Chen Yao facing Yu Zhong felt like when she faced her uncle Chun Jianfeng, who was in charge of thousands of survivors in Longhai City Survivor Base. Yu Zhong showed Chen Yao and Ji Qingwu the sofa, and he sat facing opposite of them. He drank a nutritional drink and unhurriedly asked, "Chen Yao, what have you come for this time?" Chen Yao arranged her thoughts and said, "Yu Zhong, I have come today to convince you to bring people into Longhai City Survivor Base. The government will no longer investigate the things you did in the past, so long as you willingly bring your people into Longhai City Survivor Base. Furthermore, they will also establish a 4th Special Police Squadron. They will let you be the 4th Squadron's captain, a high-ranking administrator. Frankly, you want to incorporate our military equipment." Yu Zhong heard what was said and slightly shook his head. He lightly laughed and said straightforward, "I am Stonehorse Village's absolute ruler. There are over 1,000 citizens under my banner and hundreds of elite soldiers. On what basis would I incorporate into Longhai City Survivor Base and live a life beneath another's face?" Chen Yao used Longhai City Survivor Base's orthodox nature to continue persuading Yu Zhong. "But you're acting against the law. Yu Zhong, rescuing survivors is worthy of praises and honor. But if you gather troops, it disobeys the government. That nature needs to change. Indeed, your military power doesn't look weak. But if in the future the government defeats the zombies and recaptures the country, they could casually send a unit to steamroll over your army. You need to throw in with the government now. You can succeed in the future relying on your ability and bring honor to your family." Yu Zhong looked at Chen Yao and coldly said, "Let me throw in with Longhai City Survivor Base. Don't joke around. You must have already seen the situation inside the base. It is lifeless. future and hope cannot be seen. The government cannot bear the swelling number of riffraff. This place, you want me to throw in with them? Are you sure you're thinking straight? Yu Zhong would have chosen to bring the always bright village survivors into Longhai City survivor base if he saw an extremely orderly government like the one before his age. He would have taken his subordinates and friends and departed. But he only saw chaos and was framed. He already completely lost trust in Longhai City survivor base, and he gave up the idea of relying on them. Chen Yao waited on Yu Zhong and spoke. That is because there are people in the government obsessed with obtaining power and profit. The military's outward devotion and inward opposition towards the government creates this type of situation. Yu Zhong, you could certainly build a good survivor base if you joined up and allied with my uncle Chen Jianfeng. Yu Zhong refused without any doubt. I refuse. Chen Yao's eyes flash a profound loss of hope. She spoke once again after striving hard to organize her thoughts. Since you don't wish to join the base, that is fine. I have come here for another mission as well. It is for you to bring men and ally with us to recapture the granary on the outskirts of Shanglin County. We will split the reward after capturing it. We receive 70%. You receive 30%. Chen Jianfeng wasn't as naive as Chen Yao. He calculated earlier that Yu Zhong wouldn't join in with him. This is why he prepared two strategies for Chen Yao. Yu Zhong thought a moment and finally said, 50-50. Chen Yao gritted her teeth and surrendered a little. 60-40. Yu Zhong insisted this distribution. 50-50. The granary on the outskirts of Shanglin County is a large-scale state-owned storehouse. If they could capture the half of the goods, they could feed thousands of people for years without a problem. Chen Yao agreed, fine. 50-50. Chapter 143, Entering the Base Again. Chapter 143, Entering the Base Again. Yu Zhong asked, what time do we start? Although there was an adequate supply of goods in Stone Horse Village, but the food supply problem continually pressured Yu Zhong's mind. None of the seeds planted in the farmland have germinated. This means every time they eat, there is less food. There will be trouble as soon as all the foodstuffs are eaten. Chen Yao hesitated a moment and said to Yu Zhong, my uncle wants to meet you before taking action. Can you come with me to the base for a face-to-face? Yu Zhong's vision focused, and his brows slightly wrinkled. He calmly stared at Chen Yao. Perhaps politicians don't fight well, but shady people can be expert schemers. He refused Chen Jianfeng's offer to join him. Chen Yao's invitation could possibly be a banquet set up to murder the guest. Chen Yao quickly understood Yu Zhong's misgivings after seeing him not speak. She directly looked at Yu Zhong and said, I can use my integrity and life to vouch for your safety. Yu Zhong didn't speak. He calmly weighed the risk of entering into the base and the possible reward of the mission, as well as his ability to escape capture. If there is a certain death situation, then he absolutely cannot go. Seeing the silent Yu Zhong, Cheng Yu used her slightly magnetic and pleasing voice to say, Yu Zhong, go make a trip to Longhai City Base. I will use my life to guarantee your safety. I won't let you die as long as I'm alive. I will accompany you in death if you die. If Chen Jianfeng has set up a trap for you, I will separate from the Chen family and follow you. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a trace of strange light upon hearing Cheng Yu's words, and he said in a deep voice, Good. I will go with you to meet Chen Jianfeng. Cheng Yu was stamped into Yu Zhong's brain after the first time, seeing her valiant grace as she fought. Chen Yao saw Yu Zhong readily promise to meet Chen Jianfeng. She wasn't too happy in her heart. In fact, she was shrouded in confusion and disappointment. Yu Zhong really liked Cheng Yu. Yu Zhong made all kinds of arrangements after making his determination, and he brought people to Longhai City Survivor Base. 2 big trucks, 2 Hummers, and a Jeep formed a motorcade that entered into the original residence that Yu Zhong's group stayed in at Longhai City Survivor Base. The survivors in the city all looked at the motorcade confounded. They all knew how precious fuel was. Apart from those who drove out to search for goods, the large majority rode bikes or walked. There are also some government workers who drove. The sons of high-level official road street bikes, and wasted a lot of fuel. Yu Zhong looked at his surroundings after leaving the vehicle. He saw that there were a lot more people here than when he first came. Crude tents were set up everywhere. There were a large amount of survivors squeezed into a small space, and it stunk to high heaven. It was like a refugee camp. Ordinary people sought a stable place to live after ZH. The Longhai City survivor base with the government title received a large amount of survivors every day. The base food consumption was extremely large because of this. This is why Jianfeng decided to hit up the granary. Kong Tao used a hand to seal his nose after getting out of the vehicle. He looked at those refugee survivors with disgust. Yu Zhong, why not drive directly to the specialty region? What have you driven here to do? Kong Tao was a government official in Longhai City before ZH. He followed Chun Jianfeng after ZH and became a high official in Longhai City survivor base. He had never been to the refugee camp once. He was full of loathing towards these dirty, stinky refugees. Yu Zhong disdainfully looked at Kong Tao and directly stopped him. Stone Horse Village is building a city wall. I want to recruit some survivors to build the wall. Chief Kong Tao, is there a problem? Kong Tao's eyes changed after hearing those words. He was extremely cordial to Yu Zhong. No problem. Recruit more to build your wall. Are there enough people here? I can help you recruit if there isn't enough. The population was extremely large in Longhai City survivor base. A large amount of food was consumed every day. Kong Tao hated those survivors a lot. They made Longhai City stinky and dirty. In his opinion, these survivors were like dead weight. They had no skills, and they didn't dare go search for supplies. There weren't any beautiful women. They were the same as trash. Kong Tao wouldn't refuse Yu Zhong's intention to recruit them for work. Furthermore, Kong Tao was a clever thinker. If he helps Yu Zhong, he could have another escape route. He could have a good life with Yu Zhong if he annexes Longhai City base in the future. Yu Zhong instructed to Chen Shurtu at his side. Chen Shurtu, take people and go recruit some survivors. Recruit 200 people. I want 150 males and 50 children. Ask if they want to go build the Stone Horse Village wall. They can eat 3 bowls of gruel every and 2 steam buns. Chen Shurtu nodded and went out. Recruit me. Recruit me. I'm strong. Recruit me. I will absolutely work hard. I was a loader in the past. Chen Shurtu had just announced the recruitment conditions. Practically all of the survivors, regardless of male or female, surrounded Chen Shurtu and loudly shouted. The scene erupted. It was like the opening of the stock market, like those crazy investors cramming to purchase shares. A large amount of survivors surrounded Chen Shurtu, making his work very hard. Chen Shurtu roared, "Quiet. Form into 5 lines. Recruit me. Recruit me. I'm strong." Chen Shurtu's roar didn't have the least bit of use. Those survivors feared they wouldn't be recruited and completely circled Chen Shurtu. The people originally didn't have the habit of making lines. They would fight for their lives in order to have a better opportunity. Chen Shurtu was somewhat at a loss facing the surging crowd. He had never handled something like this before. Your way is useless. Yu Zhong strode forward. He coldly looked at those survivors and said, "Give them the whip and ruthlessly thrash. Whoever cuts in line will be whipped. Then they will be made to leave. I don't want people who don't follow orders." 6 subordinates of Yu Zhong that had already leveled up to at least 8 walked forward wearing the mutated river snake armor. They pulled a whip from their waist and ruthlessly whipped some survivors. The whip snapped, and those survivors hit by the whip each wailed in pain, then fled. Seeing that miserable sight, the survivors shivered in fear. They kami formed into 5 lines. Yu Zhong looked at the obedient survivors and coldly said, "Those who don't listen to my words will be whipped. They will clearly understand the importance of order and discipline." "I understand. Captain Yu." Chen Shurtu nodded and responded. Yao Yao stood at Yu Zhong's side, wearing a little military uniform looking at the sight. She revealed a pondering look. This little Lolita quietly slipped into Yu Zhong's vehicle. Yu Zhong was already at the base when he discovered Chapter 144, Japanese. Chapter 144, Japanese. Those survivors all became well-behaved after Yu Zhong taught them a lesson. They formed orderly lines and reported their names, abilities, and previous occupations. Then, they awaited Chen Shida's choice. These survivors didn't have any particular skills, but there were several strong men. Enough for Chen Shitu to choose. Yu Zhong saw that there weren't any problems here. He finally brought 4 close combat unit members wearing mutated river snake armor over to Kong Tao's party. Let's go! Yu Zhong and Kong Tao's group went towards the specialty region. Yu Zhong maintained an alert status along the way, on guard in case the Ice King launched a sneak attack. But he never sensed any danger. Obviously, the Ice King didn't dispatch any experts to assassinate him. Save me! Save me! A mournful cry came out from a house as Yu Zhong's group passed by. Then a woman in tattered clothes rushed out of the room in desperation. 2 short, shirtless men also rushed out of the room, and they snatched the woman. The woman begged the surrounding people, "Save me. They want to rape me. They are Japanese. They want to rape me. Save me, I'm begging you." Truly evil. These Japanese come and harm women. Fuck, does the government take care of anything? Take care of what? They are specialty region nobles, privileged figures, who dares do anything, who would willingly do something. The surrounding survivors heard the woman's cries, but they didn't dare do anything. Instead, they one by one withdrew, afraid they would invite disaster on themselves. Several hot-blooded young survivors wanted to go forward and stop the savage act of the 2 Japanese. Their blood became cold after hearing the 2 words, specialty region. Ordinary survivors will face severe punishment if caught stealing, robbing, and raping in Longhai City survivor base. They can even be shot on sight. Only certain people can punish those of the privileged class in the specialty region. These ordinary survivors will suffer many losses for arguing with specialty region people, even if there's a reason. Their hot blood cooled down. The 2 short Japanese men stared at the surrounding survivors. They recklessly shouted, "What are you looking at? Looking to get beaten?" Yu Zhong looked at these 2 arrogant Japanese men. An obscure flame rose in his heart, and he coldly stared at the 2 Japanese men. Kong Tao saw the 2 Japanese men. Then he immediately said to Yu Zhong, "Let's go, Yu Zhong." Kong Tao had already grown accustomed to the unaccustomed. Several sons of high officials like to play a game of snatching women. They like to see the good family women cry before them, and they like to see their powerless expressions. This was an enjoyment they couldn't obtain before's age. Before's age, because of internet and media supervision, the sons and daughters of high officials didn't dare do these kinds of things in broad daylight. But after Z age, they lost supervision. The uncertain future and terror made them even more wanton and sick than before's age. There are very few sons and daughters of high-level officials with good hearts like Chen Yao and Jingqiao. But compared to them, those sons and daughters of high-level officials that recklessly abused their own power to serve their self-desires were much more prominent. Yu Zhong sarcastically said to Chen Yao, "This Longhai City survivor base is a truly good base. Nobody cares about raping women after entering the specialty region. It is truly a good base. No one dares to be this unrestrained in Stone Horse Village." Chen Yao's face burst green and white after hearing Yu Zhong's words. Even though she is Chun Jianfeng's niece, she doesn't have any authority. She doesn't have the authority to do anything about this type of situation. One of the short Japanese men saw Chen Yao and Jingqiao standing beside Yu Zhong. His eyes lit up, and he said to the other Japanese man, "What pretty little women! San Jingqiao, let's grab them and take them inside. Chief Gui Tianshou will certainly be happy." San Jingqiao strode towards Yu Zhong and arrogantly said, "I'll give you 4 packages of instant noodles to give these 2 women to us. Don't like the price, and you won't get a single package of instant noodles." Kong Tao saw San Jing's plans for Chen Yao and Jingqiao. He frowned and moved forward to obstruct. "Mr. San Jingqiao, these 2 are specialty region people. Please take notice of their status. San Jingqiao's brows wrinkled as he stared at Kong Tao. Who are you? Kong Tao said, I am the Longhai City Office Director Kong Tao. San Jingqiao looked Kong Tao over. He saw Kong Tao's princely appearance. Then he finally turned to the other Japanese person, Zhang, their specialty region people. San Jingqiao knew the degree of seriousness. With their status, they could play with women outside specialty region without any serious penalty. But they could not casually grab a woman from the specialty region. Their Japanese status wasn't as high as theirs. San Jingqiao and Zhang grabbed the woman and took her back inside. Let's go. Kong Tao smiled and said to Yu Zhong. Kong Tao saw that those two Japanese men no longer continued to seek trouble. His heart relaxed. It could have an influence on his leadership if he quarreled with these Japanese men. Kong Tao also didn't wish to argue with the Japanese men. Also, the important thing was that the several Japanese people in the base had strong support. Yu Zhong calmly watched the development of the situation. He saw two policemen watching from far away, then immediately turned to leave. He looked at the pale-faced Chen Yao and Cheng Yu. Then he ridiculed them. Chen Yao, this is the base you want me to seek shelter in? I want to know, is this not China after all? Japanese devils ride above our heads and take a dump, and no one does anything. This type of place. Even if you kill me, I won't go over. Finished speaking, Yu Zhong turned to the team members at his side and coldly said, Rescue her. Break their arms. Two direct subordinates, standing next to Yu Zhong, immediately shot forward. Two kicks landed on the backs of those Japanese men, knocking them to the floor. Then they snapped the arms of the two men with a twist. Ah, idiots. You are all uncivilized. You dare injure international friends. I want to file a complaint against your leader. Idiots. Ah, it hurts. I should kill you. You will pay for your actions. San Jingqiao and Zhang screamed out in pain and made threats at the same time. Yu Zhong coldly looked at the two men and commanded, Truly big mouths. Make them shut up their dog mouths. Two subordinate members moved forward. They ruthlessly slapped San Jingqiao and Zhang across the mouths. They sent several teeth flying and blood spewed out. Their faces both began to swell. Chapter 145, Gui Tianshou. Chapter 145, Gui Tianshou. Kong Tao saw Yu Zhong fearlessly teach those two Japanese men a lesson. He shouted in cold sweat from behind, Yu Zhong, don't act rashly. Although these Japanese men are foreigners, they are still specialty region members. There could be huge trouble from you hitting them. First-class foreigners, second-class officials, third-class minorities, fourth-class Han. Foreign friends are always placed first. The whole police department will search if a foreigner loses a bicycle until it is found. If there is a natural disaster, first the assets of international friends are protected, and then the Chinese are taken care of. Dealing with foreigners is not a trivial matter. This is a strange phenomenon in modern China, better to foreigners than to our own countrymen. Yu Zhong didn't take the slightest notice to the anxious Kong Tao. He strode into the house. He saw a bald, naked, pot-bellied, middle-aged Japanese man on top of a woman in the bed. The room was full of the sounds of the man gasping and the woman moaning. Yu Zhong pointed at the man and coldly said, Bring him to me. A team member shot forward and grabbed the man, firmly pulled him off of the woman, and flung him to the ground. Gui Tianshou's mood was interrupted, and he became immediately furious. He slapped Yu Zhong's team member, Wang Dali, after standing up. Idiot! Who are you? I am the president of the NIA Corporation, Gui Tianshou. I am a specialty investor. I've helped my customers Chinese rise from poverty and become rich. I am specialty region citizen. Gui Tianshou brought a large amount of funds when he entered Longhai City and received a grand treatment. The government officials served upon this uncle. He had a good personal relationship with high-level government officials, giving him a bossing, domineering arrogance. Wang Dali grabbed Gui Tianshou's hand, and he returned to slap across Gui Tianshou's face. Gui Tianshou's face started to swell, and his mouth continuously dripped blood. Hey, little Japanese devil, This is China's land. Hold back your rage. Gui Tianshou ate Wang Dali's slap in the face. He was seeing stars, and fury welled up in his heart. But he is a president after all is said and done. He quickly calmed down. He carefully looked over Yu Zhong and the rest, recovered his calmness, and said, "Who are you? This is my private residence. Please leave immediately. Otherwise, I will call the police." Gui Tianshou was arrogant because he had the government to rely on, but he knew better than to not eat the current loss. Everyone in Yu Zhong's party carried a valiant air. They obviously were guys who couldn't be threatened by him. It wouldn't pay to get killed. Yu Zhong pointed at the woman on the bed and coldly said, "What is going on here?" "That one." Gui Tianshou disdainfully looked at the woman on the bed. He said to Yu Zhong, "I paid her 4 bags of instant noodles. She voluntarily let me play for a day. You can ask her if you don't believe. Zhen and I, am I speaking the truth?" The woman dropped her head. Her long black hair completely covered her head, and she said in a low voice, "Yes." Gui Tianshou raised an eyebrow and stared at Yu Zhong. His eyes flashed a ruthless light. "Sir, if you wish to preside over justice, then please leave. This is a normal flesh transaction between us." Gui Tianshou planned to first coax Yu Zhong into leaving. Then he would investigate Yu Zhong's background. If Yu Zhong's power was much larger than his, then that would be it. If Yu Zhong wasn't his match, then he would do his best to make sure Yu Zhong was unable to live and unable to beg for death. Wang Dali spit at the woman on the bed. "Pay, cheap woman." The girl wearing Western fashions trembled. Tears stole from her eyes, and she wept in a low voice. She was a highly educated, good-looking foreign investment white-collar worker before Z age. Yet after Z age, she sold herself for 4 packets of instant noodles. Yu Zhong waved his hand. He brought the woman over who recently fled. "How do you explain this woman? Was it a flesh transaction?" That woman used an anxious voice to explain. "No, I didn't make a transaction with him. He said he wanted to recruit a female servant. Each day I would get 3 steam buns and 3 bowls of gruel. I came over here to work. I never thought that as soon as I walk in the door, they would want to rape me. I'm really not a prostitute." Yu Zhong looked at Gui Tianshou and coldly said, "How do you explain this? I personally saw your 2 subordinates grab this woman. Your subordinate also had thoughts to act against my friends." Gui Tianshou's brain powered on. He rapidly considered, then deeply sighed. "I don't have anything to say. Take me to the police. I believe that the noble government will certainly treat me just and righteous." Gui Tianshou remembered the severity of Yu Zhong and his men. He immediately thought of his scheme. He and the government had an understanding. So long as he didn't touch the women of the high officials in the specialty region, he would quickly be released from the government's hands. Yu Zhong maintained his composure and said, "These words, you admit your own actions." Gui Tianshou craftily quipped, "I have been framed. Please let the police come inspect this matter. If there is evidence to show I did those things, I will certainly be held responsible." Kong Tao also advised from his side, "Yes. Give this matter over to the police, Yu Zhong. You must believe the party and the government." Yu Zhong didn't look at anyone else. He turned and said to Jingqiao and asked her, "Jingqiao, do you feel we should give him to the police?" Jingqiao was silent a moment. Her heroic little face revealed a struggling expression. She looked at Chen Yao and finally said, "Yu Zhong, give them over to the police." "Idiot." Standing beside Yu Zhong, the little Lolita Yao Yao cast a glance at Jingqiao, and she muttered. Yu Zhong revealed a meaningful smile and said, "Good, I'll believe you once." The surrounding policemen quickly rushed over after hearing the foreigner was having problems. A 26 or 7-year-old policeman came to the house. He saw the bloody and swollen faces of the 3 Japanese men. His brows wrinkled as he said, "What happened?" San Jingqiao suddenly yelled out to the policeman, "Officer, they publicly attacked us. Quickly arrest them. My hand was broken by them." Things happened suddenly. Chen Yao and Jingqiao's faces both changed. They never expected these scandalous, evil Japanese men would file a complaint first and they unexpectedly bit back. Chapter 146, Delivered to Police. Chapter 146, Delivered to Police. Yu Zhong stood to the side, coldly smiling without speaking. He watched those Japanese men rely on the support of the police. Yu Zhong was enraged in his heart, but he had another goal. He maintained his composure and watched the Japanese performance. The policeman looked at Yu Zhong's group and asked, "Is it truly as they say?" The subordinates standing at Yu Zhong's side were all of an aggressive generation. They possessed an intrepid aura. Although that policeman favored his extremely mighty international friends, he did not want to carelessly provoke Yu Zhong's seemingly extraordinarily powerful group. Yu Zhong silently smiled. He turned his head and coldly looked at Gui Tianshou. Constantly looked at by the spectators' cold eyes, Gui Tianshou's heart immediately got the chills. Yu Zhong knew his specialty region status, and he dared made people beat him. Obviously, Yu Zhong is capable. Gui Tianshou didn't want to make the slightest enemy before knowing Yu Zhong's true status. Thinking of these matters, Gui Tianshou shot forward, ruthlessly slapped San Jingqiao and scolded, "Idiot! Shut up for me." San Jingqiao was slapped silly by Gui Tianshou. He turned and looked at Gui Tianshou at a loss. He was only looking out for them. San Jingqiao didn't understand why the boss would unexpectedly slap him. In the past, they were always bold in front of the police. "Lord Yu, I'm very sorry. It is a joke." Gui Tianshou made a 90-degree bow towards Yu Zhong. Then he said to the policeman named Xue Bai, "Officer Xue, Lord Yu thought we were violating women. Please earnestly investigate. I am innocent." Xue Bai's face showed respect. He decisively said, like the embodiment of justice, "I know. President Gui, I certainly will seriously investigate." Xue Bai looked at Yu Zhong's people and said, "You are all coming with me. We're going to record a statement at the bureau." Kong Tao went forward and pointed at Yu Zhong, saying, "Officer Xue, this person is Chun Jianfeng's honored guest today. Forget the statement matter. Take the two women to give a statement." Xue Bai was startled. He was secretly glad in his heart he did nothing too outrageous to offend Yu Zhong. One must know, Chun Jianfeng is the main person in charge of Longhai City. Chun Jianfeng had plenty of methods to deal with this little office worker. He could easily find someone to replace his policeman position. It would be too late for him to cry. Xue Bai said with a businesslike appearance, "I know. Official business is urgent. You guys go ahead. I will certainly justly handle this matter." Chen Yao looked at the woman who was just short of being raped and said, "Wait a moment. I also want to give a report." Chen Yao isn't a fool. She was afraid for the victim's future after they left. Xue Bai raised a brow and looked at the unordinary beauty Chen Yao with the outstanding temperament. His eyes flashed with a new light. He had only seen this type of beauty on the internet before his age. Those fake beauties that had gone through plastic surgery. Kong Tao promptly said, "This is Mayor Chen's niece Chen Yao. Officer Xue, you must carefully ensure this young woman's safety. You will have to endure the consequences if there are any problems." A large amount of policemen with outstanding character either died fighting or were infected into zombies after his age. All types of people were made policemen in the recruiting process. The police force became mixed with dragons and snakes, a situation of corrupted discipline. If Kong Tao didn't reveal Chen Yao's status first, then letting this type of beauty into the police station would be like sending a lamb to the slaughter. "I know," Xue Bai shivered in his heart and nodded after hearing Kong Tao's words. He was an old fox that had hidden for many years in society. He naturally knew who to provoke and who not to provoke. He would be crushed like a little shrimp if he truly messed with one of the big boys in the base. The law and order in the base wasn't good. Every night, they would find a few bodies deserted in the gutter. The policemen didn't pay attention if they weren't important people or if they couldn't find any useful clues. This type of thing happened frequently. The police didn't care, so long as there wasn't street killing and public murders. Chen Yao and Jingqiao went with Xue Bai's group towards the police station. Truly innocent, Yu Zhong looked at the rear image of Chen Yao and Jingqiao. He revealed a mocking smile, and he dropped his head and said to the little Lolita Yao Yao. Little Yao Yao tilted her head in thought. Then she opened her mouth like a lion to speak. A pair of Evolver shoes, one Type 54 pistol, 30 bullets, and a replica Tang sword. Yao Yao, and wasn't the same as the little Lolitas her age. Other girls her age liked pretty clothes, boots, and tasty snacks. Yao Yao liked target practice, fiddling with guns, and running wildly everywhere the whole day. She liked to study all kinds of combat skills like a boy. She was also really intelligent. She could learn anything. She mastered things somewhat faster than Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong cared about this little Lolita that only wanted to fight. He personally equipped her with God and Devil World items to go hunting zombies. Yao Yao had already reached level 6. Adding on her natural agility talent, she ranked 3rd in speed for those under Yu Zhong's power. The first was naturally Yu Zhong that had leveled up several times. The second was the constantly fighting and second in command Qiyong. Yu Zhong pinched Yao Yao's sleek little oval face and said, "Good, I promise you." Yao Yao unhappily slapped Yu Zhong's hand. She stared at Yu Zhong, then disappeared without a sound into a side alley like a sly cat. "Let's go." Kong Tao saw this matter had been smoothly handled and immediately relaxed a breath. He then led Yu Zhong into the specialty region. Chen Jianfeng received Yu Zhong in the reception hall. Chen Jianfeng carefully sized up Yu Zhong after the host, and guest took a seat on the sofas. He saw Yu Zhong had the faint appearance of an upper-level prestigious person. He slightly sighed in his heart and thought, such a pity. After Chen Jianfeng heard Yu Zhong's original situation, he knew Yu Zhong truly wanted to throw in with Long Hai City Survivor Base at that time. If he could have met Yu Zhong could have possibly entered into Long Hai City Survivor Base under his power. But he knew Yu Zhong didn't have the faintest idea of joining Long Hai City Survivor Base, especially after all of the things the Ice King did. He also knew there was no more hope in monopolizing Yu Zhong after seeing the air of nobility around him. Chen Jianfeng directly got to the point and monopolized the conversation. "Hello, Yu Zhong. I am Chen Jianfeng. Do you wish to help Long Hai City? If you have come to help me, I can make you vice captain of the police force, the deputy commissioner level." Chapter 147, Debauchery. Chapter 147, Debauchery. Who knows how long one would have to suffer to rise up in the Chinese system if there are people up above. Given that it is ZH, Chen Jianfeng is giving Yu Zhong a vice-level position. He has to withstand the heavy pressures of the job. After all, in the government the majority of the time, Chen Jianfeng makes the decisions, but there are other leaders. Not everything is decided by one man. Yu Zhong duly laughed and directly refused. "Mayor Chen, I take to heart your good intentions, but I have no interest. We have come to talk about capturing the granary." Chen Jianfeng's eyes flashed a moment and directly said, "Good. We need to make some preparations on this side. The operation will take place after 3 days at 10 a.m. Our two sides will send 300 people and 2 IFVs. We will go to Shanglin County together and capture the granary." Yu Zhong's brows wrinkled, and he said, "I have no problem with the time, but I don't agree with the quantity of solders. Our side can only send 50 people and 1 IFV at most. Long Hai City has a large amount of people. They can casually send 300 people. If Yu Zhong sends 300 people, then the whole armed force of Stone Horse Village would be cleared out." Chen Jianfeng's eyes glimmered a moment. He responded to Yu Zhong's suggestion. "Good. Each side will send 50 people and 1 IFV, but our two sides must both send elite units. The number of mutated rats there are extremely large according to intelligence reports, and they have extraordinary combat ability." Yu Zhong tapped a finger on the armrest several times. He thought a moment and said, "No problem. The provisions at Shanglin County are not only important to the base, but they are extremely important to Yu Zhong. He won't be panicked if they have provisions in hand. He can stabilize the people's hearts so long as there is enough food, and they can accept a large amount of survivors. Long Hai City Base has a steady stream of survivors that caused a headache. It was all because they didn't have food. If they had enough food, those survivors would be the best source of manpower. The two went over a few details. Yu Zhong finally left after confirming the crucial points of the mission. Yu Zhong had just left, and immediately a burly man that carried a military presence with dark skin, calloused hands, and clear, flashing eyes walked over to Chen Jianfeng. Chen Jianfeng asked that man, "Wei Fei, how is he? Are you sure you could kill him?" Wei Fei is Chen Jianfeng's captain of the Special Police Squadron. He was a retired Special Forces soldier before his age. He executed several missions, and over 20 people had died at his hands. After his age, he discovered he could use God and Devil World weapons to kill zombies and level up. Wei Fei grabbed God and Devil World weapons and attacked zombies on the front lines. He had already leveled up to 18. Furthermore, he was wearing the best equipment Longhai City could gather. His fighting ability is extraordinary. Wei Fei said, full of self-confidence, "That person is very dangerous. I'm afraid he has the same strength as me. But if him and I get in a life or death match, the one who lives will certainly be me." Combat skills and combat experience are extremely important. Wei Fei is a Special Forces soldier, and his killing techniques are extremely proficient. Before he became an evolver, he single-handedly killed a level 6 evolver, and he assassinated a level 10 evolver. Various real merits created his enormous self-confidence. Chen Jianfeng said, extremely pleased. "That is good." Chen Jianfeng could rest much easier so long as someone could control Yu Zhong. This is one of the main reasons he invited Yu Zhong to come. He wanted to evaluate Yu Zhong's strength and personally see what kind of person he is. Kong Tao gave a big welcoming smile as soon as Yu Zhong returned to his subordinates. "Yu Zhong, today we will go to the celestial world and relax a bit. You're my guest." Kong Tao controlled the public relations fees, and he specialized in receiving guests like Yu Zhong. But he rarely had an opportunity to spend the funds for a powerful chief like Yu Zhong's arrival. Yu Zhong came today, so Kong Tao took the opportunity to borrow from the public relations fund to seek some pleasure. The other aspect was to make good friends with a powerful boss like Yu Zhong. It could give him an exit path in the future. Celestial world? Yu Zhong understood what kind of place this was as soon as he heard the words. He slightly thought a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Good." Kong Tao happily led Yu Zhong towards the specialty region's high-class brothel. Everyone's clothes were fresh, clean, and neat inside the specialty region, just like before ZH. Yu Zhong could even see several dames wearing pretty clothes and taking dogs out for a stroll. Yu Zhong saw the dames carrying the dogs and cats on the green lawns idly taking a walk, and he shook his head at the management of Longhai City. On one side, there are ordinary survivors without enough food to eat. The other side, there are people walking around with pets. If the government lost suppressive power, an angry flame would certainly burn this whole base down. Yu Zhong's party entered into a luxurious, magnificent nightclub under Kong Tao's guide. A 30-plus-year-old woman with white skin, with a glamorous appearance, and wearing a business uniform walked over. She chuckled at Kong Tao. "Chief Kong Tao, you really are an infrequent visitor. Please come here," Kong Tao said in high spirits. "Zhang Ning, call over your prettiest woman. Have her nicely serve the brother at my side." Zhang Ning looked at Yu Zhong curiously and asked, "Who is this?" Kong Tao said to Zhang Ning, "This is Yu Zhong. You only need to know he is Mayor Cheng's special guest. Let's go." "Good." Chen Yi, bring Chief Kong Tao and his friend into the sky room. Zhang Ning called to an extremely innocent-looking assistant. "Please follow me." Yu Zhong's party walked into the celestial world under the female assistant's guidance. Along the way, Yu Zhong saw into the hall. Lights flickered and music resounded. A large amount of young men and women were dancing and grinding their bodies. There were various bottles and glass tables arranged in a corner. There was even one couple having an affair in front of everyone. There were shrieking sounds and laughing sounds ringing everywhere. It was an incomparably depraved and decadent scene. The residents of the specialty region were extremely worried about the future after ZH. Because of this, many people chose to indulge themselves since the future is scary and unsteady. Chapter 148, Kong's Heavenly Reputation. Chapter 148, Kong's Heavenly Reputation. A server came forward with a tray of various fruits and placed it on the table after Yu Zhong's group entered their suite. Fried peanuts, stewed duck neck, sweet and sour cucumber, and all kinds of snacks flowed over like running water. The table probably wouldn't be much before Z-Age, but after Z-Age, these goods were extremely rare. There are also several types of foreign alcohol and native baijiu on the table. One would need several thousands of dollars to buy this table before Z-Age. Zhang Ning brought in more than a dozen beautiful women. The women all had exquisite makeup, and each was extremely beautiful. Among the ring of women, there were two that attracted Yu Zhong's attention. One of them was a 30-year-old woman with exquisite makeup and a delicate charm. The other one was about the same age with beautiful black hair. She was delicate and picturesque, and she had beautiful white skin that made people feel tenderness towards her at first glance. The woman with the perfect makeup was someone Yu Zhong knew. It was the young woman he had rescued and taken to Longhai City, Zhao Li. Zhao Li saw Yu Zhong, and her face slightly changed, flashing with a complex light. At that time, she wholeheartedly wanted to leave Yu Zhong's system and come to the government-established base. She never thought that a rich businesswoman like herself would fall to this extent, working at the celestial world after coming to the base. She felt regret and embarrassment after seeing the honored guest Yu Zhong. Kong Tao smiled at Yu Zhong and asked, "Yu Zhong, which one do you want?" Yu Zhong didn't look again at Zhang Li. He chose the delicate and charming woman with beautiful black hair and another good-looking woman with a big breasts. Those two are good. The delicate and charming beauty and the big-breasted woman brought their fragrance to Yu Zhong's side. The rest of the scantily clad women also sat beside their men. The 4 team members at Yu Zhong's side also embraced the beautiful women and began to touch them up and down. Yu Zhong didn't hold his team members back from having sex, so long as it didn't interfere with the mission. How they spent time with women was their own matter. Basically, all of Yu Zhong's direct subordinates had 2 or more beautiful women. They lived the most dangerous lives, and the rewards they obtained were the most abundant. They all had pretty women sticking to them without having to use force. Yu Zhong looked at the delicate and charming woman and asked, "What is your name?" "I am Fong Chu." Fong Chu's voice was soft and extremely pleasant. The good-looking, big-breasted beauty wrapped around Yu Zhong's arm. She used the extreme sex appeal of her big chest to rub against Yu Zhong's arm and coyishly said, "Young, you are you biased? Only asking Chu's name, but not asking mine." This big-breasted woman's looks couldn't be compared to Fong Chu, but her seductive skills were at the pinnacle. Yu Zhong looked at the big-breasted woman and simply said, "What is your name?" This big-breasted woman couldn't compare with the figure, appearance, and temperament of Gui Yu. Furthermore, she had a dense air of prostitution, and Yu Zhong didn't really like it. The big-breasted woman coyishly picked up 2 bottles of beer and said to Yu Zhong, "I am Lu Hong. Young Yu, let's have a drink." "I don't drink alcohol." Yu Zhong directly refused. He didn't like drinking alcohol because he needed to remain sober. After all, even though he reached an agreement with Longhai City, it is hard to say if the 2 sides are friends or enemies. Lu Hong's face slightly hardened, but she quickly adjusted her frame of mind. Everyone who entered into the celestial world were important guests. They were uncles among uncles. She couldn't refuse, even if the other party requested she immediately undress here. Otherwise, she would be easily driven out of the specialty region, and she would fight to sell her body for a steamed bun. She would disappear from the face of the earth. Fong Chu. Fong Chu, come out for the boss. At this time, the suite door was kicked open. A young man wearing all new name brand clothes, with a red face and a stench of alcohol, entered the room. He was followed by several young men and women about the same age. These young men and women were all wearing named brand clothing from before Z-Age, and their faces carried an air of haughtiness. Zhang Ning walked over and advised the young man, "Young Ning, Fong Chu is already with someone." I will find a better girl for you. Young Ning slapped Zhang Ning across the face and yelled, "Scram! She is merely a prostitute. The boss doesn't want a dolled-up piece of shit. The boss wants to mount her today. I came here just for her." Hearing Young Ning's words, a humiliating feeling bubbled up inside Feng Chu. Behind Ning Xiao, there was a tall, handsome young man wearing fitting attire. He leaked an elegant air and lightly laughed. It appears Ning Zixuan drank too much. A petite, pretty young woman stood beside the young man. She was full of vitality, and she had a slim waist with a large booty. She raised an eyebrow and said, "He is always like this, disgusting." Another young man laughed and said, "People who drink too much are like this." The young woman raised a brow and said, "Ma Bu, are you also like this?" Ma Bu hastily explained, "Fei Fei, of course not. My natural instincts are good-hearted. I would never be like this." Fei Fei coldly replied, "Humph. Do not think I don't know the things you've done. Not a single man is good." Ning Zixuan pushed Zhang Ning. He had bloodshot eyes and reached out towards Feng Chu. Seeing the crazy Ning Zixuan, Feng Chu leaned into Yu Zhong out of fear. Kong Tianyu, a direct subordinate of Yu Zhong, pushed aside the two women at his side, and he pounced forward like a leopard. He ruthlessly kicked Ning Zixuan's leg and knocked him to the floor. He grabbed Ning Zixuan's hand and crossed them like scissors. Then he scolded, "Fuck! What creature are you? Thinking of grabbing Captain Yu's woman? Are you looking for death?" Ning Zixuan was already blinded by alcohol. He was firmly pressed to the ground by Yu Zhong's subordinate. Ning Zixuan's heart was filled with anger, and he roared, "I am Ning Zicheng's son. You dare be like this to me? I will certainly not let you go. I will kill your whole family. I will cut you into pieces. Even if you were the son of a king, you will not be saved." Kong Tianyu looked at Yu Zhong. He saw Yu Zhong slightly nod. Kong Tianyu let out a grim smile, and he exerted force with both hands. Ning Zixuan immediately screamed like pigs at the slaughter. The young man, with an elegant scholarly air, slightly laughed and said to Yu Zhong, "Sir, please make your man stop." Zixuan merely drank too much, and he turned into a barbarian. "Director Kong, why don't you introduce us?" Chapter 149, Switching from Arrogance to Deference. Chapter 149, Switching from Arrogance to Deference. Kong Tao stood up and gave an introduction. "Young Gu, let me introduce. This is the boss of Stone Horse Village, Yu Zhong. This person is the son of the Flame King Gu. Young Gu is Gu Yeni, and this is Gu Fei Fei. This is the son of Vice Secretary Ma Bu. This is the son of the Chief Gu of the Public Security Bureau, Gu Li, and this is the son of the Deputy Chief Zhang Hui of the Public Security Bureau, Zhang Yang. This is the son of Secretary Ning Zixuan. Yu Zhong, please release young Ning. This is a misunderstanding." Yu Zhong waved his hand. Kong Tianyu finally released Ning Zixuan. "I will kill you. I will kill your whole family." Drunk people don't listen to reason. As soon as Ning Zixuan was released from Kong Tianyu, his eyes turned blood red. He immediately rushed, like a tiger, towards Kong Tianyu. Yu Zhong duly said, "Make him calm down." Kong Tianyu ruthlessly smiled and kicked Ning Zixuan in the leg. Ning Zixuan immediately fell flat on his face, and two of his teeth got knocked out. Kong Tianyu slightly stooped, and he ruthlessly chopped a knife hand at Ning Zixuan's neck. Ning Zixuan immediately passed out. After seeing Yu Zhong's party and knowing their status, as well as their valiant nature, these Longhai City-based people couldn't help but raise their eyelids. Gu Yini and the several Longhai City-based sons sat on a sofa opposite Yu Zhong. A sexily dressed woman immediately came to their side. Gu Yini revealed an extremely charming smile to Yu Zhong. "So you are Yu Zhong. Seeing for oneself is 100 times better than hearing from others. I originally believed the person who captured Stone Horse Village must be a rough and crude, burly middle-aged man. I never thought you would be so young and refined." Hearing Gu Yini's words, the several sons of the officials looked at Yu Zhong differently. They held a trace of reverence. Ordinary officials and survivors didn't know Zhang captured Stonehorse Village. But this information was well known among the high officials and their sons and daughters. They also knew that Yu Zhong captured a PLA army base after capturing Stonehorse Village, and he obtained a battalion worth of equipment. The combat power of Stonehorse Village was already not any weaker than Longhai City Survivor Base. Yu Zhong could be on equal footing to the chiefs of Longhai City Survivor Base. He was only missing the righteous status. Without a righteous status, although Stonehorse Village broadcasted a signal to surrounding survivors to come, they couldn't attract nearly as many survivors as Longhai City. Like this, these sons of high-level officials didn't wish to offend Yu Zhong. They could use their authority and status to bully ordinary people, but they couldn't provoke enemies stronger than them. Yu Zhong courteously replied, "Oh, you flatter." Although Yu Zhong didn't fear these sons of the high-level officials, he yet wouldn't refuse their good intentions. He couldn't be sure at which time he could use their positions. Making some friends is probably not a mistake, even if they are friends with intersecting interests. Gui was different than the previous idiot sons Yu Zhong had met. He was proficient in several spheres of knowledge. His witty conversation made the atmosphere very active. Yu Zhong couldn't help but admit that Gui is one of the most remarkable men he had ever met. Apart from combat and leadership ability, it was extremely clear to Yu Zhong that his conversation skills, knowledge, and etiquette couldn't be compared with Gui. There are many sissy boys in aristocratic families, but the cream of aristocratic families were much more outstanding than ordinary people. They have the most abundant resources, and they grow up under the influence of their successful fathers. If they work hard, naturally they will be much more outstanding than ordinary people. All of the women doing business in the celestial world were sophisticated. They were all polite to Yu Zhong after seeing the renowned young Gu. They understood Yu Zhong's position is much higher than they believed. They became even more flattering. Lu Hong at Yu Zhong's side became even more charming, and she used all kinds of methods to tempt Yu Zhong. Only the cold-tempered, beautiful Fong Chu still maintained some distance with Yu Zhong, and she didn't have any intimate thoughts with him. Suddenly the door was once again kicked open. A large group of people entered. One young man wore military clothes, and he had dyed blonde hair. He had the rank of captain in the army. He was holding on to two women wearing skimpy clothing, and he laughed, saying, "I said who made Fong Chu leave. It looks like young Gu. Young Gu, there are so many women here. How about giving Fong Chu to me? I'll take care of your celestial world bill today. Give her to me. I'll take her back to my suite." Two men wearing military clothes immediately walked over to Fong Chu. They extended their hands and grabbed towards Fong Chu without a word. Yu Zhong pulled Fong Chu into himself. He took a drink from his cup and simply said, "Teach them a little lesson." Kong Tianyu and another direct subordinate, Wang Jie, immediately sprung up from the sofa. They ruthlessly punched at the two military men. Kong Tianyu and Wang Jie were the best evolvers that constantly followed Yu Zhong into battle. Wang Jie is a level 8, and Kong Tianyu is a level 9. Their strength far exceeded a normal person. The mutated river snake armor could also stop a large portion of attacks. The two soldiers were elites in the military. They quickly reacted to Kong Tianyu and Wang Jie's attack. Only in 3 rounds of blows, the two elite soldiers were kneeling on the ground. Yu Zhong asked Gui Tianshou, "Who is this person? How can he be so arrogant?" Gui Tianshou quickly informed Yu Zhong of the arrogant man's status. He is Lei Sheng, the son of the battalion leader Lei Sheng. To his left is Yuan Gang, the son of Commander Yuan Yi. To his right is Cheng Wang, the son of Commander Cheng Wei. Lei Sheng saw his two subordinated knocked to the ground by Yu Zhong's men. His face was volatile, staring at Yu Zhong, but then it suddenly changed. He alarmingly said, "You are Yu Zhong?" Lei Sheng viewed Yu Zhong as a potential enemy. He sent spies to take a picture of Yu Zhong from far away. Lei Sheng saw Yu Zhong's photo in the past, but the photo the spy took was a little blurry. Lei Sheng deduced Yu Zhong's identity from his body shape and Gui Tianshou's attitude towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong plainly said, "I am Yu Zhong." Lei Sheng smiled at Yu Zhong. "So does Captain Yu Zhong. Give me some face and release my bodyguards." Yu Zhong waved a hand. Kong Tianyu and Wang Jie released the two soldiers. "Release them." The two soldiers turned and immediately looked ashamed. They drifted back behind Lei Sheng like smoke, and they hatefully stared at Kong Tianyu and Wang Jie. Chapter 150, Lei Sheng. Chapter 150, Lei Sheng. Lei Sheng looked at Yu Zhong, and he withdrew the arrogant appearance. "I didn't know Captain Yu Zhong was here today. I have committed an offense. Please forgive." Yu Zhong simply responded, "Yes." Seeing Lei Sheng's appearance, the women in the celestial world all showed fear in their eyes. Lei Sheng is cruel and domineering. At this time, he was being pressured by Yu Zhong. Their hearts filled with fear. The big-breasted Lu Hong looked at Yu Zhong, and her eyes strangely glimmered. She was willing to let Yu Zhong do whatever Yu Zhong wanted. Even Fong Chu gazed in splendor at Yu Zhong. Lei Sheng stared at Fong Chu in Yu Zhong's arms. His eyes flashed with greed, and he frankly asked, "Captain Yu, that Fong Chu is the woman I'm looking for. Could you part with her? I will give you 3 beautiful women. Those 3 women aren't much different than Fong Chu. You will certainly like them." Gu Feifei's eyes flashed with rage after hearing Lei Sheng talk about women like commodities. But she didn't erupt on the spot. Lei family holds onto the military, and they're the strongest clan in Longhai City. Flame King Gu family is a big clan in Longhai City. Their power is enormous, but they are dwarfs compared to the Lei family. Gu Feifei often had a wayward temper, but she could see the bigger picture. She naturally wouldn't start conflict without using her brain. Fong Chu's face became pale white after hearing Lei Sheng's words. Lei Sheng held an evil reputation in Celestial World. He not only liked to be disrespectful to women, he also liked to give the woman he was tired of playing with to his pig friends. Finally, he would give them to his military subordinates. The women in Lei Sheng's hands fall into a miserable fate worse than prostitutes. Fong Chu was also hotly pursued by princes before his age. 2 heavy pursuers among them were Lei Sheng and Ning Zixuan. She refused their advances just like before his age. She knew what the outcome would be if she fell into Lei Sheng's hands. Her actions became ice cold, and her whole body shivered. Yu Zhong heard Lei Sheng's request, and he released Fong Chu from his arms. If Lei Sheng was overbearing, he couldn't have agreed to Lei Sheng's request. Lei Sheng already admitted defeat and gave him face at this time. Furthermore, he promised to exchange with other beautiful women. He didn't have any relation to Fong Chu, and he didn't have any special feelings. He didn't want to get involved in this matter. Yu Zhong's large hands released Fong Chu's delicate waist, and Fong Chu immediately felt a chill from the top of her head to her heels. Just now she didn't really like Yu Zhong grabbing her, but now she wished Yu Zhong could firmly bring her into his embrace. He made her feel a sense of security. Yu Zhong releasing her signified he no longer had the intention of protecting her. Fong Chu's vision transferred to Gu Yini. The Gu Yini was the only person here besides Yu Zhong that could suppress Lei Sheng. Noticing Fong Chu's anticipating look, Gu Yini's vision slightly shifted. He didn't dare look her in the eye, and he stared into his liquor cup. The Lei family's power was too large in the base. Gu Yini didn't wish to impulsively make the Lei family his enemy. He was very clear on how to choose among the cream of the elite families. Fong Chu saw Gu Yini shift his vision, and her heart lost all hope. She gritted her teeth and kneeled before Yu Zhong. She used a pitiful expression to beg Yu Zhong. "Captain Yu, I'm begging you to take me. Don't give me to anyone else. My body is still clean. I haven't been touched by other men. So long as you chose to accept me, I will be a slave girl and wait on you. I won't defy your wishes. I will do whatever you want me to do." Lei Sheng watched his dream girl before Ziage kneel before Yu Zhong and beg for shelter. A demonic fire soared up in his heart. He came here today because he knew Fong Chu had fallen into the celestial world. This is why he came here personally. Lei Sheng wanted to personally make her regret that time. He wanted her to know how ignorant and stupid she was for not picking him back then. Lei Sheng's eyes were blood red. 6. Captain Yu, I will give you 6 of the most beautiful virgins for Feng Chu. So long as you give her to me, you will become a good friend of mine. You may casually play with my women. Apart from a special Feng Chu, other women were playthings that could be discarded in Lei Sheng's eyes. Nothing more. He didn't think of Feng Chu like one of those pretty dolls that was just a beautiful girl and nothing more. Yu Zhong looked at the pitiful and delicate Feng Chu that looked like she had just come out of a painting. He extended his hand and touched her smooth face. He duly said to Lei Sheng, Lei Sheng, you also heard. She voluntarily became one of my people. She is already one of mine. I don't have a habit of exchanging my people for others. Please return. Lei Sheng's eyes were blood red, and fury surged in his heart. Lei Sheng originally had an explosive temper. He already gave Yu Zhong face today. Yu Zhong unexpectedly didn't provide his request, and it made him furious without end. He couldn't help but take a step forward in rage. The 4 elite soldiers behind him also stepped forward with a strong fighting intentions. In the blink of an eye, the 4 direct team members sitting on the sofa of Yu Zhong stood up, a formidable killing intent soared from their bodies. Each one of them had killed dozens of zombies and even several people. Each one of them were tigers and wolves. Such strong warriors. Gui Tianshou saw Yu Zhong's subordinates uniformly shoot straight up, and he couldn't help but praise in his mind. Lei Sheng sobered up after seeing Yu Zhong's 4 subordinates stand up from the sofa. His intel states that the man sitting of the sofa is an evolver strong enough to kill 100 zombies. They wouldn't be his match if all the people here united. Even if Yu Zhong didn't act, they probably wouldn't be victorious over his 4 direct subordinates. Lei Sheng deeply sucked in a breath. With great difficulty, he resisted his anger, and he managed to squeeze out a smile. Truly regrettable. Today I have disturbed Captain Yu's mood. Another day, I must host a feast for you to apologize. I hope you can pay a visit. Finished speaking, Lei Sheng turned out and left. Lei Sheng was no longer able to suppress his rage as soon as his party got to a covered place. He grabbed the delicate and charming woman at his side, and he ruthlessly slapped her across the face. I'm giving her to you. Lei Sheng pushed the swollen-faced woman with tears in her eyes over to his 4 soldiers. Chapter 151, Collapse. A short while after Lei Sheng left, the rest of men also dispersed. After returning to Chen Yao's apartment, Chen Yao looked upon Yu Zhong and smiled. The problem has been resolved. The 3 Japanese has been arrested and is awaiting criminal prosecution. It will not be long before they will be charged in a court of law. Yu Zhong smiled and looked around. Yao Yao, are you there? A small figure emerged from among Yu Zhong's men and stood in front of Yu Zhong. This small figure is Yao Yao. She looked at Yu Zhong and nodded her head. Yu Zhong looked at Chen Yao, and Cheng Yu said, Both of you come with me. I have something good for you to see. The rest of you need not follow us. Just stand guard over here. Yu Zhong stopped the rest of the men. Then he brought just Yao Yao, Chen Yao, Cheng Yu, and White Bone and stepped into the darkness. It is deep into the night. Although the city has lampposts and lights, there is a limit to the electricity supply, and brightness of each lamppost is limited. There's a lot of places that the light did not shine upon. Under the cover of the darkness, Yu Zhong and the rest made his way to the outside wall of a large villa. White Bone held out his hand, and a bone emerged from his hand. The bone penetrated into the wall. At the same time, the bone that is struck to the wall began to extend and grows, becoming a bone ladder. Using the bone ladder, the 4 of them easily climbed over the wall and entered the villa grounds. Outside of the courtyard, there are 2 tall and muscular bodyguards, dressed in a Western suit. Yu Zhong sneaked out from the cover of the darkness and quickly executed 2 hand chops on the bodyguard's neck. The bodyguards fainted from the impact of the blow. Yu Zhong and Yao Yao then boldly walked into the villa. Chen Yao and Cheng Yu eyes flashed a hint of doubt before following behind Yu Zhong. Yao Yao brought Yu Zhong and the rest of them to a room in a second floor, and point her finger at a room. There's a sound of men heavy breathing and women moaning emerging from that room. From outside the room, they could hear some sounds. Mayor Zhang, thank you for your help today. I will definitely reward you well for your help. Are you satisfied with the products today? Not bad. I really like it. President Gui Tianshou. Chen Yao is Chun Jianfeng's niece. You better not provoke her anymore. I understand. But Chen Yao, Jingqiao, these two women are really pretty. If I can teach them a lesson, they will definitely become a pair of excellent bitches. But it is a pity that they are Chun Jianfeng's men. Chun Jianfeng is a pedantic, incompetent man, and it is unlikely that he can protect his position for long. Once he is finished, the two girls will be assigned to me. At that time, I will ask President Gui Tian to help me teach them. Listening to lewd talk from inside the room, Chen Yao and Jingqiao were shaking with anger. Yu Zhong immediately used his strength and kicked the door. With his enhanced strength, the secured door was knocked off its hinges and sent flying, and allow Yu Zhong's party to witness what is behind that door. In the room, there are several pretty girls who are on all fours. These women were leashed like a dog with a collar around their neck, and they were being tortured with adult toys. Some of the women are still twitching and moaning. San Jingqiao and Jintian had a whip in their hands. In front of them is two women who has badly bruised from flogging and were barely conscious. There were also 4 women who are on the big bed, serving Gui Tianshou and one more righteous-looking man. Looking at this scene, a feeling of anger rushed up Yu Zhong's head. This is China's territory, and to let these foreigners stand on Chinese soil and let them recklessly abuse Chinese women made him feel very enraged. But the thing that made him most enraged is that there are so many Chinese men who are helping foreigners to bully their own men. Longhai City even set up a special region to protect these foreigners, while letting uncountable Han Chinese struggle to make a living like ants. To Yu Zhong, he did not understand if this land is built by Chinese men or ghosts. With difficulties, Yu Zhong held back his anger, threw Chen Yao's satirical look. Miss Chen Yao, I thought you said that Gui Tianshou has already been arrested by the law and is awaiting trial in a court of law? Who are these 3 men, and who is the man on the bed? Chen Yao's face turned pale, as if a part of her heart has collapsed, and in a hoarse voice, she asked, Mayor Zhong Aigua, how come you are here? Zhong Aigua is a man who had weathered storms and is not afraid. He frowned and used a blanket to cover his body, and in a voice full of anger, he shouted, Chen Yao, this is a private property. Did you know that you are guilty of the crime of trespassing? If you leave now, I will not hold you responsible. But if you do not leave, I will call the police. Chen Yao and Jingqiao faces looked very terrible. They have not expected that Mayor Zhong Aigua will so confidently shouted loudly against them. Shut up. Yu Zhong coldly pulled out a .54 pistol and pointed at Zhong Aigua. Looking at the handgun in Yu Zhong's hand, Zhao Aigua, who was arrogantly acting in front of Chen Yao, and Jingqiao immediately shut up, and beads of perspiration covered his back. For an important official like Zhong Aigua, he is most afraid of thugs who cannot be reasoned with. Gui Tianshou took a look at Yu Zhong and immediately barked a command at the 4 girls who were kneeling on the ground. Captain Yu Zhong, it is a pleasure to have you at my house today. Li Nu, Hui Nu, Shi Nu, Lan Nu, quickly go and serve Captain Yu Zhong. The 4 women standing near the door moved, and with lifeless eyes, they crawled towards Yu Zhong and, like dogs, sticked out their tongues to lick Yu Zhong's shoes. Seeing this, the women, such as Chen Yao and Jingqiao, were sad and angry. Captain Yu Zhong, from now onwards, these women are your sex toys. They have undergone my training, and each of them are the most loyal sex slaves. No matter what fetish you have, they will obey your commands without question. Gui Tianshou smiled confidentially. Yu Zhong did not even glance at the 4 pretty women, but instead asked Gui Tianshou, Did you get out from a jail? Did you stage a jailbreak? Gui Tianshou immediately explained, Captain Yu Zhong, we are not escaped prisoners. We are law-abiding and have paid our bail and is set freed. Yu Zhong looked at Chen Yao and sneered. Did you hear that? These men are set free legally. After they were freed, they immediately come over to play with the women. Where is justice that you wish me to see? These women here are the results of your justice. Who is really protected by your brand of justice? Chapter 152, Assassin. Under the barrage of heavy questioning by Yu Zhong, Chen Yao's face was physically and mentally exhausted. Her face turned pale, and she was rooted to the spot and did not know what to do. President Gui Tianshou, from now all, the women here are my citizen. Please go and die. Yu Zhong looked at Chen Yao, who was having a heavy heart and struggling inside, then smiled at Gui Tianshou and pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gunshot rang out, and Gui Tianshou's eyebrows had another hole with blood oozing out of it. He collapsed with a surprised expression. Before he died, he did not expect that the man who was just chatting and smiling with him will suddenly kill him. Yu Zhong barked an order to White Bones, who was standing by his side. White Bones, kill all the men. White Bones stepped forward like an arrow, and his axe seemed to have a life of its own. With one cleave, its axe cut through San Jingqiao and Jingqiao body. The upper and lower halves of the body spilled apart, with blood spurting from the wounds, and the intestines and other body parts of these men spilling out from their body. They did not die immediately, but were frantically crawling on the ground and letting out cries of pain. Zhang Aigua looked at the two Japanese men who were just decapitated, and his face turned ash white. In fright, he quickly tried to inflate his sense of self-worth. Do not kill me. Don't kill me. I'm the deputy mayor of Longhai Base. If you do not kill me, I am willing to listen to whatever you say. Yu Zhong looked at Zhang Aigua, 3, and replied, sorry, you are worse than a scum and have no value being alive. As soon as Yu Zhong's words have left his mouth, White Bones chopped down, and his axe cleaved open Zhang Aigua's head. Warm blood spurted from the wounds and splashed on the female bitches. Looking at the carnage, the women who were trained to be bitches could not help trembling in fright, and their eyes also showed traces of fear when they looked at Yu Zhong. Cheng Yu walked up to Yu Zhong and looked at him in the eyes. What are you going to do with these women? In a Longhai city base, killing of Special Administrative Region officials is a great crime. If news of Yu Zhong killing Zhang Aigua is leaked out, even Chen Jianfeng must eradicate Yu Zhong. This is a matter of principle. The problem is compounded by the fact that people living in the Special Administrative Region has special rights and is untouchable. If Yu Zhong is allowed to kill anyone in the Special Administrative Region, then wouldn't all the people in the Special Administrative Region be in danger? Cheng Yu was worried that Yu Zhong will kill these women to prevent any news from leaking out. Yu Zhong looked at Cheng Yu and replied, do not worry. If they listen to me, of course I will not kill them. But they also cannot stay in this place. They must be sent to my camp in the darkness of the night. Once they are sent to Stone Horse Village, they are my citizens, and I will protect them. After the apocalypse, for mankind to survive, the population is very important. Women can give birth, and is hence of valuable resources. If these women do not go crazy and anger Yu Zhong also will not kill them without reason. Cheng Yu then relaxed. Yu Zhong looked at Cheng Yu with eyes full of passion. Miss Ji, you have seen what happened today with your own eyes. Do you still want to stay here and waste your time and efforts? Follow me back to Stone Horse Village, and I will give you a stage where you can realize your capabilities to the fullest. The last time Yu Zhong and Cheng Yu met, Cheng Yu was very outstanding and his darling. Her skills are above average, and her heart is still kind, but is not rotten. To date, among all the women that Yu Zhong has met, she has the most combat spirit, heroic spirit, and is the most attractive woman. If she is willing to work under Yu Zhong will be able to get another general who is capable of taking care of things by herself. Hello, author. Are you creating a massive harem? Have some pity on men like myself who don't even have one girlfriend. Cheng Yu considered for a while and looked at Chen Yao beside her. She bit down on her lips and struggled internally to make a decision. Actually, she has long wanted to leave Long High Survival Camp, but is not at ease leaving her good friend alone in this place. Seeing this, Chen Yao bit her lips and blinked her big, charming eyes at Yu Zhong. Is it okay with you if I follow you to Stone Horse Village? Yu Zhong could not help looking into Chen Yao's beautiful eyes and asked, Of course you are very welcomed. But Chen Yao, if in the future your uncle and I get into conflicts, can you sit on the fence and not help either party? Long High Survival Base is a stepping stone for Yu Zhong. If there's a chance for him to take command, he will definitely swallow up Long High Survival Base and will not show any mercy. Yu Zhong has never requested that Chen Yao to stand on his side, but he also do not want her to stand on her uncle's side. Chen Yao bit down on her teeth and nodded her head. Okay, Chen Yao has seen enough of the ugly side of Long High City Survival Base laws and justice, and it has shaken her faith in the city. Yu Zhong looked at the corpses of the 4 men. Yao Yao, please take them to leave this place. I will clean up the place. Yao Yao in her military clothes lead all the women, including the comfort women, out. Once the women has left, Yu Zhong immediately used his fire skill and burnt all the corpse into ashes. Before he left, he also burned the corpses of the 2 bodyguards in the entrance of the villa. Around the fence, Yu Zhong found a corner, and using the ladder made from white bones, he sent all the comfort women out of the special administrative region. After he made all the arrangement to ensure the safety of these women, he then led Chen Yao and the other 3 women back towards the special administrative region. Be careful. Suddenly, Yu Zhong had a creepy feeling as if he was in danger. He immediately launched the shadow steps and increased his speed to the limit and stepped towards his right. Just as he stepped out, a bullet that was aimed at his head missed, but there is another bullet that hit his right shoulder and was repelled back. The force of the bullet is too small and is insufficient to penetrate the water python scaled armor that Yu Zhong wore. Even though he is safe, Yu Zhong could not help but to be alarmed. The assassin has hidden himself and is killing Aura well, and his skills is really scary. Only when the assassin has fired the gun did Yu Zhong felt a sense of danger. This level of skill is only made possible by peak-level assassins. The 3 ladies, Yao Yao, Ji Qingwu, Chen Yao immediately took cover. Yu Zhong traced the direction where the bullet appeared from. With his passive night vision ability being strengthened by the cover of darkness, Yu Zhong was able to see and assess the situation well despite the fact that the area was enshrouded in darkness. From a point where there is no light, he could dimly spy a man wearing dark clothes, a dark mask, and armed with a gun. It looked as he had merged into the darkness. Yu Zhong took out his .54 handgun and fired continuously. At the same time, he was closing in towards the men in black. The masked man was also very fast and was able to evade Yu Zhong's bullets. The masked man can even occasionally return fire. As Yu Zhong burned through the clip of bullets, he did not even hit the man in black once. Instead, he was forced to retreat under the return fire and finds it hard to close in on the man in black. Chapter 153. Cheng Yu. This chapter is a sponsored chapter and is not part of the regular chapter. This is sponsored by Mr. Melvin Smith. Please join me to give him a big round of applause for his donation to help to offset the web hosting charges. Thank you, Mr. Smith. God bless you. What an excellent marksmanship, thought Yu Zhong. After Yu Zhong activated the shadow step skill, his speed and movement became much faster. Even though he was still occasionally forced to find cover under the masked assassin's exquisite marksmanship, his massive increase in speed still allowed him to close in on the assassin. As he closed in, he immediately lurched an attack with his knife, and the speed of his knife slash is fast as a meteorite. If Yu Zhong just focused on marksmanship, Yu Zhong admitted that he is inferior to the masked assassin. Although he had trained diligently in his marksmanship skills whenever he had the opportunity to do so, the time he had spent training is too short. The mysterious assassin is not weak, and at the moment Yu Zhong closed in on him, the assassin immediately abandoned his gun and pulled out a Chinese Jian sword. His Jian drew a beautiful arc as it landed on Yu Zhong's weapon, and Yu Zhong's knife was harmlessly deflected to the side. But Yu Zhong did not give up. Using his superior speed, he launched a series of quick jabs with his knives towards the assassin. Under his enhanced speed, the rapid knives attacking the assassin seemed like a hurricane of blades. Although the assassin's speed cannot be compared to Yu Zhong, his swordsmanship skills is superb. He executed a series of defensive sword movements that protected himself from almost any angle, and with great difficulty, he managed to block or parry the series of knife attacks that Yu Zhong had lurched at him. Just when the two of them are engaged in fierce combat, from the darkness behind the assassin, a shard of sharpened bone spikes suddenly exploded and headed towards the man in black like a missile. The assassin's eyes flashed with a light, and his sword parried the bone shard and slightly altered the trajectory of the bone spike. At the same time, he twisted his body and managed to avoid the projectile that will pierce through him if it hits. Taking advantage of the momentarily lapse in concentration as the assassin put all his efforts into avoiding the bone shard, Yu Zhong managed to land a heavy kick on the man's waist. The force of the kick sent the men flying for a few meters. From the darkness of the night, a hail of sharpened bone shards were fired out, heading towards the masked assassin. The man in black splat out a mouthful of blood from the impact of the kick. As he landed on the ground and became aware of the hail of bone shards heading towards him, his speed suddenly exponentially increased by a factor of 3. Like an arrow fired from a bow, he quickly escaped the area before the hail of bone shards can hit him, and in a few heartbeats, disappeared into the darkness of the night. There was a shimmer of light in Yu Zhong's eyes, and Yu Zhong also disappeared into the darkness of the night. Under the cover of the night, the man in black endured his injuries and struggled to make his way through a maze of streets and alleyways. Finally, he entered an inconspicuous room within a very quiet alley. Cheng Yu, what happened to you? Cheng Yu, are you injured? The room has only one lighted candle. Under the dim light of that candle, it is possible to see that the place of less than 30 square meters was crammed with 9 children. Each of these children have not even reached the age of 13. Immediately after the man in black entered the room, the rest of the children surrounded him, and their face was full of worried expressions. I am all right. Cheng Yu took off his mask and revealed a handsome but pale face. He had a coughing fit and coughed out another big mouthful of blood. The blood filled his hands. Looking at the injured Cheng Yu, the 9 children panicked and rumbled through the room, overturning all the drawers in each cabinet in the house to find some medicine for Cheng Yu. After the apocalypse, medicine and food has become scarce supplies. After combing through the home, the children only found a few band-aids and some painkillers. At this time, a massive white bones axe landed on the door of the house and cleaved it apart. Yu Zhong walked in confidentially. Kids. Yu Zhong was momentarily surprised by the sight of the 9 kids in the room. His bloodlust for Cheng Yu, who was trying to assassinate him a moment ago, has somewhat dissipated. After the apocalypse, with the passage of time, men slowly turned increasingly evil as morals completely broke down. For a piece of bread, a woman can sell her body. For a steamed bun, a man can kill another. Rape and murder in this post-apocalypse world is common occurrence. In order to feed themselves and their families, some people will even turn into cannibals and eat other men. In this world where order has collapsed and there is moral degeneration, Cheng Yu is a man among men for protecting these children. Looking at Yu Zhong, Cheng Yu seemed to plead, "Do not hurt the children. I will follow you." Before the apocalypse, Cheng Yu was a top-ranked killer and is proficient in a variety of killing skills. His swordsmanship skills is considered top-notch in the city, and he had a wide variety of contracts to kill within Longhai City. After the apocalypse, like the majority of the men, he retreated to Longhai Survival Base. Although Cheng Yu has extraordinary skills, his luck is not so good. At that time, when the system gifted him with a wooden bat, it happened that he is armed with gun and a sword. Of course, with these 2 weapons, he did not even glance at the wooden bat and threw it away without a thought. Compared to a wooden bat, he is more accustomed to fighting with a sword and gun. This action means that he did not get any experience for using his own weapons to kill zombies. Once the secret of evolution is discovered, Cheng Yu has already retreated to the safety of the Longhai survival base camp, and all the items from the God and Devil worlds were strictly controlled. It is with great difficulty that he killed an evolver with a Tang imitation sword, and was able to use his skills to kill some zombie and evolve to level 8. But at this time, it is very rare for the normal zombies drop skill books. Without any strong skills, he is unable to become a peak evolution expert. During his peak condition when he was uninjured, he is not a match for Yu Zhong. Now that he is severely injured by Yu Zhong's kick, he poses even less of a threat to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong glanced at Cheng Yu and directed his sights towards one of the kids in the room. With a cold voice, he asked, "Who sent you to assassinate me?" Cheng Yu struggled internally for a moment, but seeing the cold look on Yu Zhong's face and that he is looking at the children and not at him, he finally gave up and revealed, "Ice King Zhang Yun." To Cheng Yu, the 9 orphans in the room with him are far more important than the code of conduct for assassins. It's him again. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed a hint of murderous intent. To date, Ice King had already attempted to kill him twice. In his heart, he had already made up his mind that he will definitely take revenge on Ice King Zhang Yun and kill him without showing a shred of mercy. Yu Zhong then asked, "How much did he pay you for the job?" Cheng Yu replied, 1 ton of food. Before the apocalypse, each time Cheng Yu kills, he charges about $100,000. But after the apocalypse, 1 ton of food is enough for this former peak assassin to sell his life. Yu Zhong looked at Cheng Yu and said, "I'm the leader of the Stone Horse Village. Cheng Yu, work for me. If you are willing to work for me, the children will have better lives. They can study in a bright and spacious classroom together with their classmates, and every day they will get to eat some food. If you are willing to work, even having bread and milk for them every day is not a problem." Cheng Yu has top-rated combat experience and skills. If not for the fact that Yu Zhong is a high-level evolver, he will not be a match for this former top-rated assassin. His biggest problem is that Cheng Yu has bad luck. If Yu Zhong is willing to develop him further, in future Yu Zhong will be able to get a very capable general. Cheng Yu replied, "Captain Yu, if you are willing to take good care of them, I will sell my life to you." At this time, Cheng Yu was feeling that he was cruelly oppressed and had no choice in the matter. If he wants to let the children continue to live, he had to work with Yu Zhong. Everyone had things that they hold dear to their heart. To Cheng Yu, these orphans are what matters to him. They allow him to hang on to the shred of his humanity in a perverse world. After the apocalypse, many people have killed themselves as they do not have any more faith in this cruel world. As well, many people had lost their faith and their spiritual pillar collapsed. While these people are still alive, they are dead inside and are no different from a living zombie. Only if a man have faith and held on to his beliefs will he struggle to survive in this cruel world. Chapter 154, Assault on Ice King Group. Yu Zhong and Cheng Yu first ensured the safety of the 9 children that Cheng Yu is protecting by moving them to Yu Zhong's camp. Once the children are safe, Yu Zhong then asked Cheng Yu, "What do you know regarding strength of the Ice King Group?" At this time, Cheng Yu has already taken the medical grass medicine and is feeling much better. Color had returned to his face. He seemed to consider for a while, before carefully replying, "Yu Zhong, of the Ice King Group, the strongest among them is Ice King Zhang Yun. Nobody knows how strong he had evolved, but all the men who had crossed swords with him in the past had already died. Other than Ice King Zhang Yun, there is one more man called Zhao Xiong who is also a powerful evolver. Zhao Xiong specialized in speed and is Zhang Yun's most loyal follower. It is rumored that after the apocalypse, Zhang Yun had once saved his life. In addition, Ice King also have about 100 more underlings." Yu Zhong considered the information carefully before asking, "Do you know where the Ice King Group's headquarters is?" "Yes, I know. It is in a massive villa at the end of Xinghua Road." Yu Zhong then spoke to Chen Yao. "Chen Yao, please may I trouble you to pass a message to your uncle, Chen Jianfeng? Please inform him that the Ice King group wants to kill me, and I retaliated in self-defense. Please ask him to let the military exercise restraint and do not interfere in the fight, but only do this 5 minutes after we have left the premises. N means yes in Chinese. Bring me to the Ice King group's headquarters. I want to destroy him. Yu Zhong stood up, and his killing intent burst forth. Sitting down and waiting for others to attack him is not his style. The area around Xinghua Road is the territory of Ice King Zhang Yun. Ice King Zhang Yun is one of the 4 strongest evolvers in Long Hai Survival Camp. Although Xinghua Road is not part of the Special Administrative Region, the lights in a massive villa at the end Xinghua Road still shone bright, as if there is no difference before and after the apocalypse. A team of about 12 people were patrolling outside the villa grounds. Just when the team of bodyguards rounded the corner, 12 sharpened bone shards were fired from among the tall grasses. Each bone shard hits one member of the bodyguards in his head with unparalleled precision, and the impact of this sneak attack was shocking. All of the team of bodyguards were immediately killed by the bone shard, and not one remained standing. What an amazing skill! Cheng Yu was hiding among the grasses when he saw the strength of white bones and could not help feeling afraid. Even at his peak period, he could not kill a team of 12 bodyguard without making any sound and without alerting anyone. That white bones is able to easily accomplish this task clearly illustrated the difference between an evolver and an ordinary man. After killing this team of patrolling bodyguards, Cheng Yu quickly moved from cover to cover and made his way to the entrance of the villa. At the entrance, there was 2 bodyguards that was protecting the area, but they posed no threat to someone of Cheng Yu's caliber and was quickly eliminated with 2 gunshots. Cheng Yu's guns were equipped with a silencer to avoid alerting the rest of the guards. Yu Zhong also brought his men and quickly slaughtered his way into the villa. Inside the villa, Cheng Yu's skills did not put his reputation as a top killer in the pre-apocalypse age to shame. His marksmanship was outstanding, and any men who appeared within Cheng Yu's sights were immediately shot and killed before they even realized what is happening. After entering the villa, Yu Zhong's men immediately dispersed and charged towards the door of each room within the villa. Upon reaching each of the room, they would break open the door and then killed the men who were sound asleep. A lot of Ice King Group's men were still asleep when they were killed. In addition, some of the women who were in the villa was also killed. But Yu Zhong's men were a tad too noisy in carrying out their massacre, and after killing a number of men, they were finally discovered, and the villa was shook awoke under a burst of extremely shrill cry. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Ice King Zhang Yun, who was sound asleep with 4 beautiful women in his arm, was jolted awake by this cry. He pushed aside the women who were soundly sleeping beside him and immediately grabbed his level 2 protective vest armor and equipped it in an instant. A massive white bone axe crashed on his door, and the force of the impact broke the door into pieces. Yu Zhong stepped into the room, and using his Type 79 submachine gun, he wildly opened fire and spread a hail of bullets into the room. Against the hail of bullets, Zhang Yun sucked in his breath and activate his evolver skill, Ice Manipulation. A sheet of ice mirror seemed to appear in front of his body. The hail of bullets landed on the ice mirror, but only managed to nick a small white dot on the mirror and immediately bounced off the mirror. While Zhang Yun may be arrogant and despotic, his reputation is well-deserved and his skills are indeed top-notch. He used the Ice Manipulation skill again. In an instant, 5 chunks of ice cones appeared from thin air and shot towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong dared not to receive this attack and dodged to his side to find cover among the walls. The 5 chunks of ice cones hit the place where Yu Zhong was originally standing in, and the force of the impact created 5 fist-sized holes on the wall. Very impressive. Yu Zhong's heart turned cold. This Ice King Zhang Yun's skills is indeed extraordinary for being able to manipulate ice to this extent. The strength of these ice cones can be considered equal to a level 1 ice magic spell. But seeing that Zhang Yun can manipulate ice almost at will, it means that he has strong spiritual force and should have applied more than 1 point of skill on his ice manipulation ability. Yu Zhong took out a heavy grenade, pulled out the safety, and threw the grenade into the room. Grenade! When Zhang Yun saw the heavy grenade, his face immediately turned pale and used his ice manipulation ability again. Under his skillful usage of ice manipulation ability, the heavy grenade was enveloped and frozen in a chunk of ice and harmlessly dropped towards the ground. Once he did this, Zhang Yun immediately rushed out from the room. Each second of using his ice manipulation skills consumed some stamina and spiritual strength. If he could not finish the fight in a short period of time, he will exhausted his spiritual strength and stamina, leaving him unable to fight. Just when he rushed out of the room, he immediately saw that Yu Zhong had already retreated at least 10 m away from him. Even worse, Yu Zhong had readied a massive Type 89 Style 12, 7mm heavy machine gun, and it was pointed towards him. Once Zhang Yun appeared in Yu Zhong's sights, the massive 12, 7mm heavy machine gun that can easily tear an armored jeep apart immediately let loose a long barrage of heavy fire. The numerous massive bullets seemed to turn into a hail of golden lines that streaked toward Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun's face turned even paler, and again he used his skill of ice manipulation to create a thick wall made of ice to block these bullets. Countless number of bullets repeatedly slammed against the ice wall and created a massive hole in the ice wall that was expanding each second as each bullet penetrated deep into the ice wall and tore some of the ice out. Damn it, why is there a heavy machine gun over here? Immediately after creating the wall of ice, Zhang Yun immediately ran back towards his room. His ice manipulation skill may be very powerful, but it is not invincible. Creating an ice wall that can withstand a barrage of bullets from the 12, 7mm heavy machine gun had drained a massive portion of his spiritual force and stamina. If he is continuously assaulted by Yu Zhong's barrage of bullets, it is certain that he will die here today. White Bones attack. Yu Zhong commanded White Bones, who was standing beside him. White Bone immediately grabbed his massive bone axe and rushed towards Zhang Yun. To ensure that he get the maximum benefits for his unique ice manipulation ability, Zhang Yun had continuously poured all his skills points into stamina and spiritual force each time he leveled up. The rest of his statistics are average and is only enhanced by equipment that he had gathered from the system. Therefore, it is no surprise that his speed is inferior to White Bones. Just as he reached the window and is about to make his escape, White Bones finally reached him and a massive axe chopped down towards him. Zhang Yun waved his hand, and the ice jade ring on his finger immediately launched its special skill. An ice magic array appeared from thin air, and a cone of ice slammed against White Bones. The impact sent White Bone flying for several meters. In addition, White Bone's body also shown signs of being frozen and is covered with a thin layer of ice. What is worse is that the bones in the chest area has been penetrated by the cone of ice, and countless cracks appears on the bones close to the chest area. Chapter 155, Goodbye Zhang Yun. After Zhang Yun managed to force White Bones back, he immediately jumped down from the window. He is equipped with numerous items and with the item's enhancement to his stats, he did not sustain any damage even after jumping down from the 3rd story. 40 grenade launcher. I googled, and there's really a 40 grenade launcher. The author knows his military weapons well. Zhang Yun had just escaped from the window and had only ran a short distance when Yu Zhong carried a massive Type 40 grenade launcher and appeared from window next to his room. Yu Zhong took aim at Zhang Yun and launched a rocket grenade. Damn it! Zhang Yun looked at the Yu Zhong lugging that Type 40 grenade launcher and his face turned even paler. Zhang Yun had no idea how Yu Zhong managed to bring so many heavy weapons into Longhai survival camp. He does not even have a Type 40 grenade launcher. This type of weapon is only available to highly ranking officers in the military, and just one rocket fired from the grenade launcher can blow an armored camp into pieces. Zhang Yun desperately used all his stamina and spiritual force to create a wall of ice in a semicircle around him. With a massive boom sound, the rocket grenade connected with the wall of ice and immediately exploded. A wave of fire and smoke rapidly spread out from the point of the impact and completely engulfed Zhang Yun in its blast radius. After the smoke has dissipated, a charred black body collapsed to the ground. This body is the corpse of Zhang Yun, who had been roasted alive from the grenade. While Zhang Yun's ice manipulation skill allowed him to create a barrier of ice wall to protect himself against the barrage of bullets against 12 7mm heavy machine gun, but that was the limit of his defensive skill. Against a powerful weapon of war, such as a Type 40 grenade launcher, even his ice wall could not withstand the impact. It is true that evolvers are very powerful and have superhuman powers, but the weapons of war that was developed using the best and the brightest minds of mankind is in no way inferior to evolvers. It is because of this reason that in this survival camp, the strongest power is not the 4 strongest evolvers, but is the military that have experience in conducting wars. Of course, Zhang Yun's skills are very strong, but he did not even have a chance to fully utilize his powers before he is killed by Yu Zhong's clever use of military weapons. Once Zhang Yun is dead, Yu Zhong jumped down from the window and searched Zhang Yun's corpse to see if he can get any equipment from the system. But Yu Zhong's luck is not very good. The items on Zhang Yun's corpse have been blown into dust from the impact of the grenade launch. However, all is not lost, as somehow the Ice Jade Ring managed to survive the carnage and is not broken. Level 3 Treasure, Ice Jade Ring. Grants 6 points of spiritual power when war, and have a special property. Once a day it can create an ice cone. Yu Zhong immediately equipped the Ice Jade Ring. To him, spiritual power is also important. After Zhang Yun was killed, the Ice King's men were left without a leader. Under the attack of evolvers like Ji Qingwei, Chun Shitu, Cheng Yu, Kong Tianyu, etc., if the Ice King's men refused to surrender, they were killed outright. Once the second strongest men in the Ice King group, Zhao Xiong, saw things were not going on well for the Ice King group, he immediately made his escape. Not long after, the Ice King's men who chose to surrender were tied up and led out of the villa one after another. Other than the men, the villa contains a lot of food and at least 10 women. Yu Zhong party escorted the captives and the women towards his camp. On the way back to the camp, there are occasional policemen and soldiers who saw the procession. However, all of them had already been instructed by their superiors to pretend that they did not see anything. Even if there were no instructions from the top, they also had no desire to stop Yu Zhong's party or create any troubles for this group of fierce-looking men. The news of the Ice King being assassinated quickly spread through the grapevine in Longhai City. Ice King Group is actually an evil group that oppressed many people. Learning that the Ice King was killed, many oppressed citizens clapped and cheered in happiness. But the rest of the factions in power residing in Longhai Survival Camp had a different attitude. They were apprehensive of Yu Zhong's power. After all, Ice King Group is relatively powerful within Longhai Survival Camp. The fact that Yu Zhong managed to destroy the group in the span of one night made them feel threatened. I need you to give me an explanation. The next day, Chen Jianfeng summoned Yu Zhong and looked at Yu Zhong without any expressions on his face. Yu Zhong's face did not change color, and he calmly replied, Ice King Group has twice sent people to kill me, and even framed me for things I did not do. With these provocations, surely I am permitted to fight back? Chen Jianfeng stared at Yu Zhong with a poker face. It is impossible to read Chen Jianfeng's thoughts from his face as he spoke. Even then, you should just report the issue to the relevant authorities and inform us about this issue. We, of course, will not just sit still and will send someone to take action. But you selfishly acted and killed Ice King Zhang Yun. How are you going to resolve this problem? Yu Zhong looked at Chen Jianfeng, and suddenly he smiled. I looted 30 tons of food from Ice King Group. I will give you half. 20 tons. Chen Jianfeng then relaxed his poker face. In reality, he does not care about the Ice King group. Destroying this poisonous cancer group means nothing to him. But what he wants is the Ice King group's accumulated food supply. 20 tons of food. If all the food are turned into porridge, it will be enough to let 2,000 more survivors last for 1 or 2 more months. The reason why he summoned Yu Zhong today is to ask for some of the food supply that Yu Zhong's group had raided from the Ice King group. Yu Zhong agreed. Okay, it is a deal. Jianfeng stared at Yu Zhong with a serious voice. Let's forget about the matter yesterday. But I do not want this type of thing happening again. If this happens again, I will not let you off this easily. If Yu Zhong continues to act without regard for the law, Jianfeng will not sit still, not even if the ones that Yu Zhong killed are all scums from Longhai Survival Camp. Yu Zhong did not promise anything, but just replied, if no one tries to kill me, of course, I will not willfully create trouble. Jianfeng raised his eyebrows and asked, regarding the raid on the granary, how are your preparations coming along? Dongfeng military jeep. There's really a Dongfeng military jeep in real life. The author really know his shit. No problems. After asking about preparation for the raid on the granary, Yu Zhong left the office of Jianfeng. In the following 2 days, Yu Zhong's men transported all the people to Stone Horse Village. This included the female bitches, Cheng Yu's 9 children, and workers who agreed to work in Stone Horse Village. On the day of the agreed joint exercise to raid the granary, Yu Zhong forces sent 1 infantry fighting vehicle, 5 Dongfeng military jeeps with guns mounted on them, 2 Dongfeng military trucks, 5 Hummers, and 2 fire trucks. On the Longhai Survival Camp side, the military also sent 1 infantry fighting vehicle for large trucks, 6 Dongfeng military jeeps with guns mounted on them, 6 jeeps, and 3 ambulances. Other than the military, other factions and powers from Longhai Survivor Camp united together under one group. As this mission is viewed as very important by Longhai decision-makers, the various factions and powers were promised by the military that if they were willing to help the military attack the granary, they will be rewarded with a portion of the food. After the apocalypse, food becomes of paramount importance. If there is food, then there will be people who are willing to work with them in exchange for food. With more people, it means more power. Therefore, the various factions and powers are willing to help the military fight in return for a portion of the food supplies. Also, with the military and Yu Zhong's men being positioned in front, there is less risk to them, and they are more willing to take risks. Once the appointed hour arrive, all the vehicles set off for the granary in Shanglin County. Surprisingly, along the way, the party did not even see a single creature, not even zombies. This made Yu Zhong felt that something is not right. The granary is located at the outskirts of Shanglin County. Surrounding the granary are vast tracts of farmland. However, some tracts of farmland that is supposed to be full of crops are now overgrown with a strange type of weed. The remaining farmland seem to be barren and do not have any crops. As the group of cars entered the area near the granary, suddenly a shrill cry resounded through the sky. Then hundreds, if not thousands of black rats seemed to crawl out from various rat holes. Each rat is as big as a cat, and the swarm of rats rushed towards the group of cars. Chapter 156, Rat Tide. Level 5 Monster, Mutant Rat, Hunt in massive groups. Due to Yu Zhong's eyes of perception passive skill, he immediately received the information as soon as he saw the mutant rats. The mutant rat joined together and become a massive black tide and surrounded the team. Open fire! Open fire! The leader of coalition of various factions and powers could not help panicking when he saw the endless stream of rats and immediately shouted out orders. Immediately, the coalition of various factions members all madly fire whatever weapons they had at the mutant rats. There were too many mutant rats in the rat tide. Even though the shooting skills of the coalition of various factions members were relatively poor, most of the bullets still hit the rats and killed many rats, and those rats that were shot or killed were rapidly crushed by the weight of the other rats behind it as the swarm tided forward. The problem is the number of mutant rats is many, and despite the fact that a large number of rats have been killed, like a tidal wave, the rat's tide does not seem to slow down at all as it rushed towards the team. Seeing the massive swarm of rats continuously getting closer and closer, the coalition leader was unable to keep his cool under pressure and tried to escape using the same route that they came in from. As the jeep entered into the sea of mutant rats, the mutant rats within the rat tide seemed unafraid and attacked the jeep. Although hundreds of mutant rats were crushed and sent flying from the impact of the jeep crashing through them, there were many mutant rats that managed to latch on the jeep, and the jeep seemed to be surrounded by mutant rats. Even worse, the window of the jeep is completely covered, and this made it impossible for the driver to see anything. Without any visibility, the driver was unable to steer properly, and the jeep crashed into a barren field. Countless mutant rats immediately surrounded and attacked the jeep in a frenzy. There were bursts of sharp shill sound as countless black mutant rats attacked the steel plating on the jeep and managed to bore a large hole through the plating. Then the mutant rats swarmed into the jeep and bit down on the men inside the vehicle. From the jeep, there came a sound of screaming, and splatters of blood splashed on the windows of the car. The car shook for some time and finally stopped moving. What happened to this jeep seems to foreshadow what happened to the other vehicles that tried to run and rush out from the rat tide. These were all swallowed by the swamp of rats. Then there were screams of agony as the men inside each vehicle were eaten alive, echoes throughout the granary area. If the teeth of the mutant rat is strong enough to rip about the steel plating on the jeep, of course there's no need to mention what would happen to the other normal vehicles that did not have steel plating. Each faction leader immediately roared out, "Don't run away, idiots! Open fire, quickly open fire, and kill these rats." Each of the surviving men immediately spread a sea of bullets into the rat tide. The IFV, the weapons mounted on each Donghai military jeep, and Yu Zhong's heavy machine guns all concentrated fire on the rat horde. Under the stream of concentrated fire, the black-colored rat tide faltered, and it seemed as there was an invisible knife cutting through the middle of the rat tide, parting the waters into two sides. Countless numbers of mutant rats were torn into shreds from the concentrated fire. Although there was a temporary respite, the number of mutant rats were really uncountable, and despite the concentrated fire on the middle of the rat tide, there were some rats that managed to avoid the hail of bullets and successfully landed among the team members. For the rats that managed to enter Yu Zhong's camp, Jingqiao used her superior sword skills, Tang imitation blade, and mysterious footwork skills to slice apart the rats. Many rats were sliced into two pieces as their blood splattered all over the floor. Chen Yu, Kong Qianyu, and the other revolvers from Yu Zhong's camp also used the Tang imitation blades on any stray mutant rats that managed to get close. Individually, or in a small number, these mutant rats were not scary at all. Even a normal human can easily kill one if they were unafraid of it. But if anyone is engulfed in the sea of rats, it is almost impossible to survive. For the few isolated cases of mutant rats that successfully managed to enter the coalition team's rank, some of the more skilled warriors were also easily able to kill them. But there were some that panicked, and it is with some difficulty that these rats were put down. These rats are only as big as a cat, and only had a bite or scratch attack, and pose little danger to them. Only 6 of the collation team members were scratched by the mutant rats, and there was no causality among the team. The mutant rats seemed to be trapped between a rock and a hard place. If they retreat, they would be gunned down by concentrated fire, and if they rushed forward, those that managed to infiltrate each faction is easily put down. Although a massive number of rats were killed and the rat eyes turned bloodshot, still the rat tide remained unrelenting and continued to rush towards the team. Under the barrage of heavy fire, in less than 10 minutes, there were over 2,000 mutant rats that have been torn into shreds. However, there were also about 200 mutant rats that managed to enter the human camp, and the number is constantly increasing. In the coalition of factions/powers team, a man who was armed with a machete had just chopped a mutant rat to death. In the next moment, suddenly 2 mutant rat lunged at him. One of the rats bit his shoulder, and the teeth that can break apart a steel plate took out a big chunk of flesh. The other mutant rat bit him on his leg and tore off a large stripe of meat and blood. Arr! The man could not resist letting out a miserable cry. His left hand grabbed the rat that was on his shoulder and threw the rat to his side. Immediately after the man threw the rat away, another 4 mutant rats rushed towards him and latched onto his body as they chomped their sharp teeth into his flesh. The man desperately struggled in pain while crying out for help, growing weaker with each successive bite. After a short while, his cries disappeared and he stopped moving. There was no one around to save him as more and more rats had successfully rushed through the bullet storm and entered the camp. Other than the evolvers who were equipped with many protective items, or Yu Zhong's team members who were well equipped with snakeskin armor, the rest of the teams began to show signs of people dying, and the death count of humans also began to rise. Due to the nonstop firing of the heavy machine guns that was mounted on the vehicles, all the heavy machine guns began to heat up and turn red hot. The battle between the men and rats had only lasted 10 minutes, but now the guns were now white hot and could not continue to fire. Seeing this unfavorable situation, Yu Zhong seldomly commanded his man, "Spray the oil." The tanks on the 2 fire engines on Yu Zhong's team did not contain water, but oil. The firemen has already readied themselves to hose the rat horde with oil, and was just waiting for Yu Zhong's command. Upon hearing the command, they immediately sprayed the oil in a semicircle around the ground in front of Yu Zhong's team. Cheng Yu then lighted a bottle of Molotov cocktail and hurled it towards the oil on the ground. Upon contact with the Molotov cocktail, the ground that was sprayed with oil caught fire and burned all the mutant rats within the area into ashes. On the Longhai military campsite, they had also prepared 2 ambulances loaded with barrels of flammable oil. They also spilled the flammable oil on their territory and set fire to it, forming a wall of fire. The reason that man is superior to animals is because man has intelligence and is able to think of ways to deal with problems. But the mutant rats were not the same. Even though there is a wall of fire blocking their path, the mutant rats still continue their strategy of rushing through the fire and swamps. But each mutant rat that passed through the sea of flame were burned to death. There was an unpleasant smell in the air. Hundreds of mutant rats were burned. Still, the rat tide continues to swarm over the fire, as if they want to use the corpse of the fallen to create a gap in the fire. Chapter 157. Follow me. The mutant rat strategy was, unfortunately for them, flawed. This was because the mutant rats' fur were combustible, and the use of flammable oil made it very hard to put out the fire. As a result, all the mutant rats that rushed into the flame were quickly incinerated by the inferno and perished. However, the zeal in which the mutant rat tide charged headlong into the blaze regardless of how many of them were killed had unsettled all the men. Chen Yu had just dispatched the last of the mutant rats that managed to enter into their ranks. Looking at the mutant rats that continuously rushed into the flames, he remarked, "It would be wonderful if they all rushed through the fire and commit suicide. If there was only one mutant rat, even an ordinary man could muster up the courage to attack and kill it. However, if there were more than 3 rats attacking an ordinary man, the one that would be killed would definitely be the man. If there are more than 20 rats, even an evolver like Chen Yu would be in serious danger if he is not protected by the snakeskin armor." Initially, looking at the sea of mutant rats made the humans despair. It was estimated that there were at least 30,000 rats. Even if they had used up all their bullets, there were no guarantee that they would be able to kill all the rats. But if these rats were stupid enough to do a kamikaze charge by leaping into the flames, that would be an ideal scenario in the minds of the men. From among the granary came another shrill cry, and surprisingly, The mutant rats that were thoughtlessly throwing themselves into the sea of flames suddenly stopped rushing into the fire. Instead, they surrounded the fire at a safe distance and glared menacingly at the survivors entrapped within, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Yu Zhong raised his eyebrows, and in his heart, he thought that the mutant rats must have a leader that was coordinating their attacks. The uncountable sea of mutant rats that were not afraid of death was already very difficult to handle. Now that there was a leader leading and coordinating them, the difficulty of killing these rats had increased by at least a factor of 10. There's a limit to the supply of oil that Yu Zhong and the rest of the humans had brought along, and it was not possible for them to continuously spray the oil. Under the combined firepower and fire, the humans had already killed over 4,000 mutant rats. But as they looked over the sea of fire, they saw that there were still countless numbers of mutant rats surrounding them. This sight chilled the men to their bones, and nobody desired to move out of the protection of the fire. As for Yu Zhong's team, in a short span of 10 minutes, they had already used up over 20,000 bullets. This reduced their bullet supplies by 1/3. If this continues on, their bullet supplies cannot last for even half an hour more. After observing this, Yu Zhong walked into the Longheim military group camp area and requested to speak with the military commander, Su Zhenggang. "What the fuck do you want?" Looking at Yu Zhong, Su Zhenggang raised his eyebrows and directly questioned Yu Zhong. Su Zhenggang is feeling very depressed. The number of mutant rats had exceeded his wildest expectations. In addition, there was a leader commanding the rats. This made him felt that the battle is impossible to win, and he already had the desire to flee. The flammable oil was made up of a combination of petrol and crude oil. After the apocalypse, petrol and crude oil were also very valuable resources. The two ambulances that were filled with barrels of petrol and crude oil accounted for 25% of the oil in Longhai Survival Base Camp. Su Zhenggang had no desire to waste the expensive oil on trying to take control of a granary that he felt was unconquerable. Yu Zhong looked into Su Zhenggang's eyes and said, "These rats have a leader. I want to take some men to kill this mutant rat leader. 10 minutes. I hope you can lead your men and my men to protect this camp for just 10 minutes. If at the end of 10 minutes I have not returned, you may either choose to lead the men to retreat or continue to wait here." Looking at the current situation, if Su Zhenggang chose to flee the scene, the coalition of various factions and powers in Longhai Survival Camp will definitely retreat with the military. Once this happens, if Yu Zhong's men continue to remain in this area and defend the camp, it is certain that they will be annihilated by the mutant rat horde. Su Zhenggang might have belonged to a different faction from Yu Zhong, but he was an upright man and a man of his word. If he made a promise to protect the camp, he would die to protect the camp rather than to retreat. It was for this reason that Yu Zhong trusted this man. Su Zhenggang glanced at Yu Zhong and carefully considered for a moment. He was well aware of the situation in Longhai Survival Camp. Only with enough food would there be peace inside the camp. Only with enough food will it allow the survivors in the camp to continue to live. He gritted his teeth before agreeing to Yu Zhong's request. "All right, I promise you that I will defend this camp for 10 more minutes. But once 10 minutes are up, even if you have not returned, I will lead all the men to retreat." "Thank you." Yu Zhong returned to his camp and had his men formed a circle before explaining, "I am going to kill the leader that is directing this mutant rat horde. This mission is likely to be a suicide mission, and death is likely. Those who are willing to go with me, step forward. For those who are not willing to risk your lives, I will not force you." All his men stepped out without hesitation. This show of support made Yu Zhong very touched. For this mission, all the men who had followed Yu Zhong had experienced numerous combats with zombies under Yu Zhong's leadership. Each of them was a hot-blooded man and a mighty evolver. Seeing that their leader Yu Zhong had chosen to put himself in the path of danger instead of being the first to retreat has stirred their hot-blooded feelings. They would follow Yu Zhong to the ends of the world if required. Yu Zhong was very touched as he addressed his men in a firm voice. Each one of you are the pride of my team. Wu, please follow me to kill the leader of the rat horde. The rest of you must defend this place for 10 minutes. If after 10 minutes you do not see me returning here, then you are to leave this place. Kong Tianyu will be your temporary leader while I am gone. Remember, you must defend this place for 10 minutes and not leave this place before 10 minutes is up. Among all the men who chose to follow Yu Zhong, Wu was the strongest evolver. To attempt to assassinate the leader of the rat horde, he would need the assistance of the strongest men under him. After Wu, Kong Tianyu was the second strongest man in Yu Zhong's team, and had served him loyally since he joined Yu Zhong's team in Always Bright Village. Therefore, he assigned Kong Tianyu as his deputy commander in his absence. Kong Tianyu had a solemn expression as he replied, "Yes, Captain Yu." Once he finished his announcement, he immediately chose to activate a special skill of wearing white bones as an armor. Then he grabbed Wu in his left hand and fired a piece of bone deep into the ground. Using the extension of bone as an extensible ladder, he vaulted towards the sea of mutant rats. Once the bone ladder could no longer be extended any further, the two of them dropped into the sea of mutant rats. The mutant rats immediately attacked these two humans that dared to enter into their midst with a frenzy. As the two of them dropped into the sea of rats, Wu quickly executed a circular blade dance, and her blade dance decapitated all the mutant rats in a small circle around them. For just 1 or 2 seconds, there were no mutant rats around them. Then the tide of rats continued to pour in. But the relief of a second or two is more than enough for Yu Zhong to penetrate another bone spike into the ground, and reused his bone ladder technique to launch himself and Wu forward. Using this method of dropping and creating new extensible bone ladders, Yu Zhong speedily made his way towards the granary. From afar, Yu Zhong could see that on top of the granary in Shanglin County, there was 7 special mutant rats. 6 of these rats were as big as a human being, and their skin were of cyan color. But what really set these rats apart was that they looked like humanoid rats. The rat men stood upright on their hind legs like humans. Chapter 158, Mutant Rat King. Yu Zhong's eyes of perception ability allowed him to examine the ratmen from afar. Level 26 Mutant Beast, Elite Rat King's Bodyguards. Rat King's chosen bodyguards are willing to die in battle in defense of Rat King. Level 43 Mutant Beast, Mutant Rat King, has the ability to control mutant rat swarms and Elite Rat King's bodyguards. That must be the leader. Zhang Yu looked at the 7 massive rats with a gleam of light in his eyes. On this expedition, he was most afraid that he could not find the leader of the rat tide within the time limit of 10 minutes. If he could not find the leader, he would have no choice but to abort this mission. After all, his team and both the teams from Long Hai Survival Camp did not bring enough ammunition to destroy the sea of rats. The mutant Rat King also saw that Yu Zhong was making a beeline towards it. Its tiny eyes flashed a hint of disdain, and it uttered a sharp whistling sound. At that instant, from the granary, another massive swarm of mutant rats poured out in droves. In addition to the mutant rats tide, another 30 elite Rat King's bodyguards also climbed up to the granary. In addition to the forces above, 20 additional elite Rat King's bodyguards rushed towards the direction of Yu Zhong. These elite Rat King's bodyguards were incredibly fast. At full gallop, they crossed the distance of over 100 m in the span of a few seconds and shot towards Yu Zhong like an arrow. Their speed was only slightly inferior to the fastest creature that Yu Zhong has ever faced, a level 20 hunter. At this time, Yu Zhong was still 200 m away from the granary. Yu Zhong moved his left hand, and a Type 79 assault rifle, one flew out. He pulled the trigger, and the gun spewed out a stream of bullets that streaked towards the elite Rat King's bodyguards. 3. These elite Rat King's bodyguards' bodies were comprised of extremely hard muscles. Although these bullets were able to penetrate through the hide of these rats, they were stopped by the rock-hard muscles from penetrating any deeper into the organs. As a result, the wounds of these elite Rat King's bodyguards were superficial. After emptying a 20-round magazine clip, Yu Zhong had only managed to kill 4 normal mutant rats, and did not even manage to kill a single elite Rat King's bodyguard. These elite Rat King's bodyguards finally reached the area in front of Yu Zhong, and used their sharp claws to chip away at the bone ladder. The claws of these elite Rat King's bodyguards were extremely sharp, and the white bone ladder could not withstand the continuous attacks of the elite Rat King's bodyguards for long before breaking. Once the white bone ladder was broken, Yu Zhong and Jingqiao immediately plunged towards the ground. The 20 elite Rat King's bodyguards were hiding and distributed among the rat tide. They were intently watching the descent of Yu Zhong and Jingqiao. Once these 2 humans fell into the swarm of rats, they will be surrounded on all sides and be attacked by numerous rats. No matter how powerful Yu Zhong is, being attacked by countless numbers of rats at the same time would definitely finish him off. Yu Zhong's eyes turned icy cold, and taking a deep breath, he quickly fired another bone spike that stabbed into the head of a normal mutant rat. The force at which the bone spike was fired from allowed it to penetrate through the skull of the mutant rat and continued to penetrate deep into the ground. It quickly extended to become another bone ladder. In this way, both of them were temporarily out of danger. But the elite Rat King's bodyguard who saw this scene immediately rushed towards the new bone ladder and again used their claws to break down the bone ladder. This left Yu Zhong with no choice but to continuously shoot out bone spikes using both hands. Thus, he created multiple bone ladders that enabled him to continuously move forward. In the event that one of the bone spikes is broken, it is unlikely to hinder his progress in moving forward. 5. But for every bone ladder that was shattered, the white bone armor on Yu Zhong's body became thinner and thinner. While White Bones has the unique ability freely manipulate bones, these bones were refined from its body and are not unlimited in number. If the bones were continuously broken beyond a certain limit, White Bones could no longer create new bone spikes. Just before White Bone reached its limit, Yu Zhong finally broke through the rat tide and reached the granary. The 20 elite Rat King's bodyguards also followed Yu Zhong and was just lurking below the granary. As Mutant Rat King saw Yu Zhong approaching it, it immediately jumped down from the granary. It landed on the ground, and the 20 elite Rat King's bodyguards that was already there immediately surrounded it. This party of elite rats then fled. Meanwhile, the rest of the elite Rat King's bodyguards rushed towards Yu Zhong and Jingqiao. It chose to escape. Yu Zhong spied that the Rat King had opted to escape and was greatly surprised. That is a level 43 mutant Rat King, and its level was way higher than him. That it did not even attempt to fight and immediately opted to escape is outside of Yu Zhong's expectations. Although the Rat King chose to escape, the 30 elite Rat King's bodyguards and the remaining rat tide continued to surround and rush towards Yu Zhong and Jingqiao from all sides. Yu Zhong took one look at the endless tide of rats that was rapidly approaching him and also chose to flee. He extended his right hand and fired a bone shard towards the roof of granary. Then, using the extensible bone shard like a retractable rope, he launched himself and Jingqiao to the rooftop of the granary. The 30 elite Rat King's bodyguards also quickly climbed towards the rooftop after the 2 intruders. Yu Zhong just took a glance at the persistent bastards and tossed a grenade towards the rat swarm below. A loud boom sound rang out. With a massive explosion, a large number of shrapnel were flung in all directions. This killed at least 10 of the normal mutant rats, and their limbs were sent flying in all directions. Yu Zhong then jumped down towards the empty space that was created by the explosion. Having stepped foot on solid ground, Yu Zhong continuously tossed grenades at the rat swarm, creating havoc among them. From the havoc, he slowly created a path towards the direction in which the Rat King has fled in. The 30 elite Rat King's bodyguards were quickly left behind by Yu Zhong's sudden movement. The Mutant King Rat may be as big as a bear, but its speed was not as fast as the elite Rat King's bodyguards. Hence, it was much slower than Yu Zhong. The distance between the pursuer and the pursued was continuously shortened. Seeing the situation, the Mutant King Rat issued a soft growl, and 4 of its elite Rat King's bodyguards rushed towards Yu Zhong and Jingqiao. Surprisingly for a rat, it is as cowardly as some human leaders, and is not willing to send too many bodyguards to deal with Yu Zhong and Jingqiao out for fear of compromising its own safety. Looking at the 4 elite Rat King's bodyguards that were rushing towards them, Jingqiao's eyes flashed with competitive spirit. "Let me go!" she exclaimed. Jingqiao was a naturally competitive woman and is full of fighting spirit. If not, she would not have used a beginner's staff to fight zombies in the beginning of the apocalypse. It should be known that even among the men, there were very few men that had the courage to use the beginner's staff to fight against the zombies. These men were not worried about whether they could not win against the zombie, but rather was afraid that they will be infected with the zombie virus. Yu Zhong loosened his hold and let Jingqiao down. Jingqiao lightly landed on the ground and used her active skill, cutting-edge enhancement. Her Tang imitation sword was enveloped in a layer of blue light. Jingqiao's eyes gleamed with determination as she followed beside Yu Zhong. With each swing of her blade, several mutant rats were sliced apart like tofu. In the span of a few breaths, the 4 elite Rat King's bodyguards reached the area in front of Yu Zhong and Jingqiao. Yu Zhong moved his hand, and a stinger gun appeared on his hand. He suddenly accelerated like a ghost and avoided the attacks of the elite Rat King's bodyguard in front of him. Then he pointed the stinger gun at the head of the elite Rat King's bodyguard and pulled the trigger. Bam! The elite Rat King's bodyguard head was blown apart, and its brains and blood combined together to form a work of art on the floor. It should reads, "Bam! The elite Rat King's bodyguard head was blown apart, and its brains and blood splattered on the floor." I'm just kidding at the last line. My bad. Chapter 159, Chasing the Rat King. Another elite Rat King's bodyguard lunged towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong twisted his body and barely managed to dodge the attack. But at the same time, he moved his stinger gun and blasted away the brains of the elite Rat King's bodyguard. Jingqiao did not have as many weapons as Yu Zhong. Neither had she evolved as much as Yu Zhong. She did not even have the shadow step skill that Yu Zhong had. But her swordsmanship skill was unparalleled, and her activated skill enhanced the deadliness of her blades. The Tang imitation sword in her hands wove a path of destruction, beheading an elite Rat King's bodyguard in a single stroke, even though she was lower in level than that creature. The head of the elite Rat King's bodyguard flew through the air, and blood sprayed out in all directions from the wounds. A big experience point globe was immediately absorbed by her, allowed her to gain 2 levels with a single kill. Despite killing an elite Rat King's bodyguard, Jingqiao's legs had not ceased moving all this while. In the span of a heartbeat, she was standing next to the last elite Rat King's bodyguard. The last elite Rat King's bodyguard immediately swiped its claws at her. With her supple and flexible body, she is able to avoid the death blow aimed at her head by crouching down. Once the claws had swiped over her head, she sprung up and beheaded the last elite Rat King's bodyguard with a single stroke. Translator's rant. Needs to highlight to see it. Where's the experience orb? Although these elite Rat King's bodyguard were level 26 mutant beasts, their combat powers were much weaker than the level 20 boss hunter. Their only advantage over the boss hunter was their unmatched sharp claws. Other than that, their strength and speed were way inferior to the boss hunter. Amazing. I had selected the right person to bring for this mission. Yu Zhong saw the elegant way in which Jingqiao had killed the 2 elite Rat King's bodyguards, and was very glad that he had chosen to bring Jingqiao with him. Indeed, her performance did not disappoint him. The 4 elite Rat King's bodyguards dropped a skill book and some system survival coins. Yu Zhong just kept all of them into his spatial ring and continued to rush towards the Mutant King Rat like an arrow. The objective of this mission was to kill the Mutant King Rat. If the Mutant King Rat is not killed, the entire mission would be a failure, and there would be countless number of deaths among the humans, even if the humans chose to retreat. The Mutant King Rat saw that Yu Zhong and Jingqiao had easily dispatched 4 of his bodyguards, and immediately quickened his pace. With a sharp howl, 10 more elite Rat King's bodyguards turned back and rushed towards Yu Zhong and Jingqiao. Yu Zhong just took a glance at the approaching elite Rat King's bodyguards, and from his spatial ring, he rapidly received several hand grenades and threw them towards these beasts. Boom! 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 A series of explosions resounded throughout the room. The 10 elite Rat King's bodyguard had not even came close to Yu Zhong before they were caught in the explosion. 6 of these creatures, all that remained of them are the stumps of their foot, while their bones and guts were spattered all over the area. The remaining 4 of the elite Rat King's bodyguards faced the exact opposite situation. Their legs had been torn apart by the force of the explosion, but their life was preserved. From a short distance away, the rapidly approaching Yu Zhong fired 4 more bone spikes at the surviving elite Rat King's bodyguards. Each bone spike were fired with incredible accuracy and pierced a massive hole through each of the surviving elite Rat King's bodyguards' brains. 4 massive experience globes were absorbed by Yu Zhong. Translator's Rant 1 needs to highlight to see it. Yu Zhong would not gain experience for using non-system weapons such as military weapons, grenades, etc. to kill any system creatures. However, he would gain experience orbs if he used the bone spikes, as bone spikes were provided by white bones and hence was part of the system. Congratulations for reaching level 28. You have gained 2 points of stats points that you may distribute among your stats. Increase stamina and agility. Yu Zhong quickly made his choice and continued to rush towards the Mutant King Rat. The Mutant King Rat saw that Yu Zhong is very persistent in chasing after it, and continuously screamed a low-pitched shrill cry. From all directions surrounding the granary, more and more mutant rats continuously poured out from every nook and cranny, and each of them rushed towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong continuously waved his hands and tossed multiple hand grenades into the swarm of rats. A series of explosions decorated the room with splashes of mutant rat bones, innards, and bones. Jingqiao stood beside Yu Zhong and guarded him. For each mutant rat that managed to come close to Yu Zhong, she sliced them apart with her blade skill. The 2 of them wreaked a path of carnage and destruction towards the Mutant King Rats. Although they had to deal with numerous attacks from the mutant rats, their speed is still relatively quick. But the speed at which Yu Zhong used up his grenades is very rapid. Once he had used up all his grenades, both he and Jingqiao would be caught in a hazardous situation. In the span of 10 breaths, Yu Zhong and Jingqiao are only 20+ meters away from the Mutant King Rat. Yu Zhong activated the Ice Jade Ring's Ice Cone skill. Magical runes appears in the air instantly and launched an ice cone at the foot of the Mutant King Rat. One of the elite Rat King's bodyguards immediately stood in front of the Mutant King Rat and used its body to protect the Mutant King Rat. The ice cone ended up penetrating a large hole in the body of the elite Rat King's bodyguard. At the same time, a powerful wave of force immediately frees that elite Rat King's bodyguard. Yu Zhong took out his stinger gun and continuously fired towards the Mutant King Rat. One by one, the elite Rat King's bodyguards took turns to use their body to protect the Mutant King Rat. Feeling that it was in danger, the Mutant King Rat's cries became more and more desperate and urgent, and the 30 elite Rat King's bodyguards' eyes turned bloodshot as they raced towards Yu Zhong group in increasingly faster speed. The mutant rats also seemed to be frenzied as they lurched themselves at Yu Zhong without concern for their own lives. But each and every one of the mutant rats could not scratch a hair on Yu Zhong's body, as Jingqiao easily sliced them apart. Yu Zhong readied his devil flame skill, and massive flames appeared in his hand. Suddenly, he accelerated, and like a flash of lightning, he disappeared from Ji Wu's side and appeared next to the Mutant King Rat. With his devil flames, he burnt the injured elite Rat King's bodyguards protecting the Mutant King Rat. They were turned into ashes. Ji Wu was surprised by Yu Zhong's sudden burst of speed. Incredible. Had he evolved so much? Even if Yu Zhong had not used any active skills, his speed had already eclipsed Ji Wu by a wide margin. Seeing that it could not flee anymore, the Mutant King Rat swiped a paw that was as big as bear towards Yu Zhong. With his shadow step skills, he seemed to disappear from the Mutant King Rat's sights for a moment, only to reappear behind the Mutant King Rat. The mighty paws of the Mutant King Rat landed on the ground, and with a massive bam sound, the surrounding area also seemed to shake from the impact. There was a big imprint of the paws on the ground. If this paw strike had landed on a human body, it would have undoubtedly pounded a man into meat paste. If it hits Yu Zhong, even Yu Zhong would have been killed by the might of this blow. But Yu Zhong had long escaped behind the Mutant King Rat and had readied another fireball. He fired the ball of fire towards the back brain of the Mutant King Rat. There was a massive bam sound as the fireball hit the Mutant King Rat. After the smoke cleared, Yu Zhong was startled to see that the fireball has only created a black burnt mark on the hairs of the Mutant King Rat, and that fireball was unable to penetrate the skull. An impressively hard skin and skull. Yu Zhong cried out in alarm. This is the first time he had encountered a mutant beast that even his fireball was unable to harm. Chapter 160. The Battle Against Mutant King Rat. Although it is not injured, the Mutant King Rat was incensed by the attack. It shrieked out a cry of anger and turned around and attempted to smack Yu Zhong with its mighty paws. But with the Shadow Step skill, Yu Zhong was able to stay one step ahead. He dodged to the right side of the Mutant King Rat and used his stinger gun to fire 3 stinger bullets into the head of the Mutant King Rat. The stinger gun is powerful, and a single shot was able to seriously injure or kill the elite Rat King's bodyguards. However, the same weapon only managed to create 3 tiny wounds of about 2 centimeters diameter on the Mutant King Rat's head. Still, unlike the fireball, the stinger gun managed to make the Mutant King Rat bleed. Blood began to slip out from the wounds on the Mutant King Rat's head. Although it is injured, the 3 wounds are merely superficial wounds and are far from enough to kill the Mutant King Rat. The Mutant King Rat cried out in pain. It was enraged and furiously lunged at Yu Zhong with both its paws. Yu Zhong was shocked. Even the might of the stinger gun is insufficient to kill it. With the Shadow Step skill, Yu Zhong easily dodged the attack and moved towards the back of the Mutant King Rat. He then fired 3 more times towards the Mutant King Rat's head. Again, the 3 stinger bullets only managed to result in another 3 minor holes in the Mutant King Rat's head. It turned its head and in one swift motion, lashed out with a paw containing all its strength. Each of the Mutant King Rat's paw strikes was as heavy as a mountain, and a single hit could even shatter a small jeep. With but a single strike, Yu Zhong would be spattered into meat paste. But the Mutant King Rat was not as agile as Yu Zhong. Sure, it could have killed Yu Zhong with just a single paw strike, but that was only if it could land a hit on Yu Zhong. With Yu Zhong's superior speed and under the effects of the Shadow Step, Yu Zhong was practically dancing in circles around it. Once the Mutant King Rat made its move, Yu Zhong also moved at the same time. With his superior speed, Yu Zhong was again able to position himself behind the Mutant King Rat. This time, he fired 6 stinger bullets in a row into the hole created by a previous wound. These 6 consecutive bullets were able to take advantage of the earlier wounds and managed to penetrate deep into the brains of the Mutant King Rat. Although the Mutant King Rat has very hard bones and skin, its brains is made up of soft matter. The brains exploded under the onslaught, and with a last twitch of its body, the Mutant King Rat collapsed on the floor. Congratulations for reaching level 29. You have gained 2 points of stats points that you may distribute among your stats. Congratulations for reaching level 31. You have gained 2 points of stats points that you may distribute among your stats. Once the Mutant King Rat had passed away, a massive orb of experience was absorbed into Yu Zhong's body, allowing him to grant 3 levels at once. Put 3 points into agility and 3 points into stamina. In the battle with the Mutant King Rat, if not for the fact that Yu Zhong's speed was vastly superior to the Mutant King Rat, Yu Zhong would have died. It is a fact that he could not even withstand a single blow from that creature. Therefore, he unhesitatingly invested 3 points of his hard-earned skills into agility. Congratulations for reaching above level 30. You can learn 2 extra active skills outside of your job skills before reaching level 50. Congratulations for reaching level 30. You have received 1 point of skill enhancement point. Please choose a skill that you desire to enhance. Enhance Summon Skeleton skill. Yu Zhong immediately made a choice. He wants to enhance this skill to the maximum level and see how it will evolve. A sudden gush of knowledge entered Yu Zhong's sea of knowledge, and in his Summon Skeleton skill, an additional rune was engraved in it. A beam of black light emerged from the rune and empowered White Bones, evolving it further. Your Summon Skeleton skill has received 2 new skills. New Skills 1, Return to Hell. When you use this powers, your skeleton will return to Hell and may self-evolve. However, in Hell, there are massive conflicts among the undead. Once your skeleton return to Hell, there is a chance that your skeleton may continue to get stronger. However, there is also a chance that it may be killed by other undead and becomes a pile of bones. New Skills 2, Immediate Summon. Using this skill, no matter where your skeleton is, it will immediately appear next to you. Cool down 1 day. See this page for the new White Bone stats. Your Summon Skeleton skill has already reached the maximum level. If you wish to continue to improve on this skill, you must first master the skill, Summon Dark Skeleton. The Mutant King Rat also dropped 2 skill books and 200 system coins. Yu Zhong immediately grabbed the 2 skill books. One of them is a skill book that enhances stamina, while the other one is a skill book that enhances agility. Level 3 Passive Skill Enhancement. After learning this skill, your stamina will permanently improve by 10 points. Yu Zhong did not hesitate and immediately learnt this skill. With a flash of light, he felt the skill immediately enhancing his stats. Once the Mutant King Rat has died, the tide of mutant rats parted from Yu Zhong and Jingqiao as if Moses commanded the sea to part. They fled in all directions. The elite Rat King's bodyguards also fled and were no longer as fearless as it was when it guarded the Mutant King Rat. Rats are actually cowardly by nature. Given a choice to fight or flee, they will naturally prefer to flee. The mutant rats have evolved from ordinary rats, and hence inherit the cowardice of its predecessor. The only reason they attacked so aggressively was because the Mutant King Rat had a unique ability to control them, and they were powerless to resist its control. Once the Mutant King Rat had died, they were freed from its control and immediately reverted back to their cowardly nature. Jingqiao was actually saved in the nick of time by Yu Zhong. While Yu Zhong was fighting the Mutant King Rat, she was trying her best to fend off the numerous mutant rats that kept attacking her. But the packs of mutant rats were unrelenting in numbers. As soon as she killed one, 2 more took its place. As the rat horde kept closing in on her, she found herself without the space needed to execute her superior sword skills and could only use normal strikes to defend herself. Bit by bit, she was forced back, until she finds herself in a precarious situation. If not for the timely death of the Mutant King Rat, she would be the one who died today. Without the tide of mutant rats pressurizing her, Jingqiao breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards Yu Zhong. Seeing Jingqiao, Yu Zhong passed the skill book that enhanced agility to her. He has never been selfish with empowering his men. Seeing the skill book, Jingqiao's eyes shone with eagerness, and immediately learnt the skill. After she had learnt the skill, Yu Zhong immediately asked Ji Wu for assistance. Come and help. Help me cut away its skull. The skull of the Mutant King Rat was very thick, and Yu Zhong found the task to be very difficult. However, Ji Wu have the skill Cutting Edge Enhancement, allowing any weapons in her hands to be sharper than normal. To Yu Zhong, using this skill to slice apart the skull is a very useful ability. Ji Wu walked over and tried to use her Enhanced Tang imitation sword to slice open the skull of the Mutant King Rat. Although the enhanced weapon was able to chip open a small hole in the skull, it could not slice off the skull in one stroke, as Ji Wu had expected. Ji Wu's eyes flash a hint of surprise. After she had learnt the skill Cutting Edge Enhancement, no matter where she tried to cut, it parted like tofu. This is the first time that she encountered something that can withdraw a blow from an enhanced blade. Ji Wu used her strength and continued to stab into the skull. After repeated attempts and expanding a lot of effort, she finally managed to stab the blade into the skull. Leveraging the blade like a saw, she slowly but steadily cut a hole in the skull. Yu Zhong immediately put his hands into the brains of the Mutant King Rat and tried to find any monster beads. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.